after to buy again? Because I'm making this one for a girlfriend's birthday.
Well, the good thing is about the kit is there's a lot of aspects in it that you're going to have lots left over to make another one. Basically, there's
Right.
just a few elements that you will have to source out, and I can
Yeah.
help you with that. We'll be making more complete kits because there's some ladies that didn't get a chance to get in on it when we had them, and then we just had to close it off because of supply problems. So
Right.
better
Yeah.
to do
I
it a
guess.
bunch now and then a bunch later.
Yeah, it'll be the bust form, I guess, in the frame. That's the big thing, right?
Yeah, and the
The rest is
cheesecloth and
that I have.
oh yeah, I'm
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 a
I'm
canner.
sure I'm sure our small town here is wondering why I am canning at this time of year. I bought so much cheesecloth from them. I keep running back in for more, and they're wondering what I'm doing with it.
Well,
It's not a
everybody,
typical.
I'll just let you all know we're live on Facebook right now. So, yeah, Sheila, I'm just going to introduce you to anybody that
Yep.
is new in our VIP group that might not know you, everybody. My name is Jackie Ludledge. I'm one of the village leaders and the co-founder of Creative Scrapbooker magazine. So welcome to our fabulous group. Today we are super duper lucky to have Sheila from Scrap Chicks in Manitoba here doing a class for us. We absolutely love it when Sheila joins us. And without further ado, Sheila, I'm going to let you introduce the class and we're going to get right into it.
Welcome everybody. Nice to meet you virtually, on screen and off. And I've spoken to a number of you, and some I know and some I don't. We've got people coming in from all over, so that was really wonderful to see a lot of you wanting to take part. You would have gotten your kits, and I know there was a lot of weather problems and shipping delays and the postal strike. And I mean, if anybody could have thrown anything at getting this kit together to make it hard, they did. so, um, so anyway, I'm glad that we're here today. I'm going to take you through how to create this beautiful project. It was a lot of fun. I was inspired about 5 years ago. I saw this on YouTube somewhere and did not feel at that time I was anywhere near possibly making something like that. I was like, wow, that's really beautiful. I hope someday. And then the day rolled around and I decided I'd go for it. And I was fortunate enough to be able to come on the magazine with you today and be able to make it with you. So here's the actual one I made. Hopefully the lights, I do have a couple of extra lighting in here today to help with the class, but it can skew the colors and that. But this was my very first attempt. So if I can do it in my first attempt with a little practice, you can definitely do it. The thing with mixed media is don't get overwhelmed. Now that I do it and I look at these projects, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, how am I ever going to make this? Where do I start? And mixed media is all about layers, and that's what we're going to do today. I'm just going to take you step by step, and you're going to build this, and you're going to be like, wow, I can do this, and it's not as difficult as I thought. So we'll get started. Now, in your kit, you would have gotten your wood frame. These are an 11 by 14 frame with an innard of an 8 by 10. So the reason we went with this frame is because you do want a wide surface. If you have seen other wooden frames, often they're very narrow, and you're just not going to have that ability to take your stamp and do up a nice image on those on that border. And you also, when we're making this, don't forget about your side. There's a lot of real estate there that you can cover, and it just adds to the dimension and everything that you're going to have in this art piece when it's on your desk. Now, some of you would have gotten this dress form missing without peg leg here, and some of you I made all the dress forms for. These are time consuming to make, and with the number of kits that we sold, some of you did get these, and then I thought, you know what? There's another way that we can do this, and you can do this to save yourself time and aggravation, unless you love paper mache, which after making all these women bodies, I find I do not like paper mache anymore. So some of you will have the hard plastic, and this is what there's none of these available anywhere either. I have tried to order more. We've brought in so many that there's suddenly a shortage, and I'm not kidding. Amazon, anywhere, nobody has them, but they're just a Barbie form. So in Worst case scenario, if you want to go to a thrift shop, or maybe you have a child that's no longer using the Barbie form, or maybe you even have one of these, to put the Barbie dresses on and so on. All you do is you're going to take the form, you're going to apply a thin layer of Vaseline on the sides, back, and front. And that's because when you go to paper mache, you want to be able to slip this off. So you don't have to worry about doing the back because she's going to be glued down anyway. You're just going to, it allows you just to pop it off. So you'll just run your finger up here and you just gently, I always found if I got the leg portion of the hips off first, then the rest just kind of came with it, and make sure it's dry. And I can't emphasize as we move forward with this project, please make sure that you are dried between the next thing that we move on to, because this is where smears and mistakes can happen. There's no mistakes that can't be fixed, but just to save you the aggravation, we're going to dry, we're going to dry. So to save time from having to make this from scratch, which is very time consuming, I sent you, a lot of you would have gotten this one, and a lot of you actually would have gotten just the paper one. Now, if you got this one and you want to save it and do paper mache and make the project later, that's up to you. The ladies that have the paper mache ones, you're just a little bit a step ahead at the moment. With this one, all you want to do is you're going to take tissue paper, and that's why you have tissue paper in your kit. I'm all out, and believe it or not, and what are these, do you think, ladies? These are perm wrappers I got from my neighbor next door. They make excellent tissue
gosh,
paper.
perm wrappers, that's hilarious.
Perm wrappers. I'm standing here running around trying to figure out why I have no cheesecloth for myself and no this and no that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have time to leave the store and go buy some more white, because the last time I went to our dollar store, they had speckled dots on it with bling. And while it was quite attractive, I was going to paint over them anyway. All this confetti kept falling off. So yes, these are just perm wrappers, which are the same consistency and same quality that you have in your kit. This jar, you're either going to have the actual jar that's called Gesso, or you got a container with the G, and that's Gesso. And just make sure you keep these separate because they serve very different purposes. So we're going to put the Gesso aside, and then molding paste is the other one that you would have in your kit. You would have gotten a bottle of Glossy Accents that we're going to use to add the pearls and embellishments and sink those in. Speaking of the pearls and embellishments, no perms, you would have your lace that you saw in the sample, a variety of sides of beads. If you do this again, I liked the different sizes of beads for myself, but if you had tiny little beads, medium beads, colored beads, because they're painted later, it doesn't matter. But I just liked the texture of the different sizes. So that's why I gave you an assortment. And when I used to do 3D work earlier, there was a company that was actually making called, it was like a 3D powder. Lo and behold, guess what? Nobody's making 3D powder anymore. You can't get it. So I went and got aquarium sand. And this is going to serve the same purpose. And actually, I like the texture perfectly to make the little bit of rough walls that you're going to see form. You're going to need a palette knife or something, because this is where you're going to scrape your stencils and your different things on. You'll have a distress paint in salvage patina. If you have opened it, you'll notice that it's not a paint as in a paintbrush type paint. It actually comes with a dauber, if I can open it. It comes with a dauber because we're going to drag it along the top, the project. And geez, why is packaging always so difficult? There. Or did I get paint? It's supposed to be the dauber. Yeah, so this is the paint that they sent. So you're just going to squirt some out, and you're going to use a brush, and I'll show you how we're going to do that. Sometimes they have the dauber kind where there's a little sponge on the end, and some are just the little tubs of paint. You're going to have an oxide spray in a dark brown, maybe espresso, maybe walnut. You're going to have another distress stain. This is a spray, an oxide spray. This is a stain in the salvage patina. You'll notice that it matches our paint here. And you're going to have a distress mica stain, and all these different kinds of stains and sprays. And you're wondering where they're, what's the purpose? But this is that has the beautiful shimmer in it. These are very pretty to play with. You can see that there's a lot of shimmer there, and you're just going to want to shake that up and just make sure that it's not pooling to one side. It has to be all shook up to make sure that you're going to have a nice spray. The Versafine oxide ink, or Onyx ink, I'm sorry, this is Onyx Black. This is going to be what we're going to use on here to apply to our project. And this is the Walnut Stain Distress ink, in which you're going to take a little dauber and you're going to rub around the edges of your frame, and it just kind of encases it, it enhances everything. Here's one of the stencils we're going to use. Someone asked me why we cut them in half, and to be honest, this is a lot handier when you're working than to hold. As you can see, this is going to be more difficult, but because it had different elements to it, it would have been difficult to cut it in half to make it easier. But sometimes I do that with mine anyway, just because it's a lot to hang on to when you're applying the paste. It's much easier to hold something like this. And then there's your stamp. And this is the other stencil we sent, just because it had other geometric designs. And boy, you can have a lot of fun going in here, holding this up, because that's where you're gonna have to be careful if anything's wet, and you're just gonna stencil any portion of that on that you want. So those are all the steps I'm gonna take you through. There's a lot of little things that we have to do, so we'll get started. Just put the frame aside for the moment. So starting with your ladies, and gentlemen, if there's anyone out there, if you have this one, you're just going to put a little bit of glue, take a bit of a paintbrush. I always like to use my fingers, and you're just going to add a little dab of water just to move that glue a little bit, and then you're just going to take your tissue and you're just going to make the effect. You see how it's going to look exactly the same, except you're not going to be pulling yours off unless you decide to wait and you want to pull it off. And in that case, you would want to apply Vaseline first. So this is the stage that you want to be doing. You want to add a little liquid adhesive, add a little bit of water, not too much, because again, this has to be dry when we're ready to start incorporating her into the project. Can everybody see okay? I'm getting so busy here, I didn't even...
No, it's absolutely perfect. I will let you know if you're ever out where you shouldn't be.
Perfect. And Jackie, if anybody has any questions, you'll let me know.
I will absolutely let you know. So far, it's fabulous. I'm loving it.
Okay, so it's quite, put a movie on.
And also, Sheila, your nails look fantastic.
Oh, they're grown out from Christmas. Don't look too hard.
I love the color. They're very festive.
The thing is, when you do a lot of mixed media, you'll see by the end, you know you've had a good time because you're just covered in color. You remember your dear friend Christy and how her signature photo was the inky finger.
Yes.
So that's exactly what you're going to look like, but maybe a bit more grungy. You can carry on down like this. Adding a little bit of water like this will help you get the paper to mold to her figure. And yes, are there going to be wrinkles? Definitely, but that adds to the texture. So everyone that's doing this part of it, you can continue with that. Ladies, if you have this one, you can get out your gesso and you can begin painting your figurine. Look, you can even decide how wide her hips will be when you glue her down. Isn't that nice? Wish we could all just lose weight like that.
No kidding.
So both of these, whether you're using the hard one or the already paper mache one, you are going to paint, which I will do. I'll begin doing that too. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. But it's pretty straightforward. This is the gesso. Make sure either you're going to have the actual tub it came in, or you're going to have the container, and you're just going to want to paint a layer on top. And the gesso, why you want gesso is because it adds, we always call it like a tooth. It's a good base for everything to stick to, as opposed to just painting her with white paper. The gesso has its purpose. It's very high hide, meaning that it will pretty much cover up anything. You can fix her neck all you want. when I was looking at this later, I'm like, maybe I'll string some of these little pearls and put a little necklace on her. Because after you start making these and playing with them, you're thinking of all these different things that you can do. So I'll work on this part here. And the important part is make sure you have a dryer, a heat gun to dry that. You won't see, of course, because she's going to have a gown. You're not going to see anything basically from the waist down. But just for consistency purposes, I'm going to paint her up and just make sure. That's why, you know, if it's a little rough looking, you can trim it if you want, but nobody, unless they lift up her skirt, are going to know what's underneath there. So later she's going to be sprayed and colored a little bit, tinted to fit in, because it's quite white, the gesso, and you're going to, you know, it would just look a bit stark. But again, mixed media is personal preference. Don't worry if you don't like this and you want to paint her any other color, by all means do so. But I'm just going to show you what I did, and then it's all about doing whatever you feel like doing afterward. So for now, I'm just going to put this aside. Get this out. Okay, so once we've done that, we're going to, I'm going to put her aside and put her to dry here somewhere. Just lift it up over there. Okay, so as you know, I asked you to get some parchment paper. Somebody asked if you can use wax paper, and you certainly can. I'm just going to put my brush in water. I highly suggest once we get to the stencils portion where we're using the modeling paste, you're definitely going to want to have a little water bath close by, or run to the sink if you have one close, and wash them down, because what will happen is they will, the modeling paste will adhere, and once it's dry, it would be very, very difficult to get off. So just keep it clean right off the hop, and then you won't have that problem. All right, this is the fun part that I thought was really exciting. I don't know why I've never thought of doing something like this before, but we're actually going to get the glue gun ready. And you're going to take your frame and you're going to lay your frame down, and you're going to trace on here with a pen, marker, anything you want. You're going to trace the edge of your frame. So this, let's see here. I'm just going to use black so you can see it a bit better. So basically, I'm just going like this. I need to know where that edge is. And so basically all I'm trying to do here, in a very bad way, is just know where my parameter is, because we are going to build a tree using hot glue, and it's no fun to do it on the canvas straight away. It's actually a lot more fun to do it this way and then pick it off the parchment paper after. So I know where my parameter is, because I don't want to make a tree that's way up here and then I go to put it on and it's not going to fit. So I have a lot of different glue guns, and it's funny, I say, because in the end, the glue gun that is my favorite happens to be the oldest one I own and the most simplistic one. So this baby here is the one I'm going to prefer. I've got ones with triggers and all kinds of other ones, but the thing is, you want to be able to push that glue through quite aggressively. And I say that because when I tried to use the ones with triggers, I found they just didn't give me enough all at once that I needed. I'm going to have to push this up a little bit, but I'll show you what we're doing just so you can see. We'll put that there. So all you want to do is you want to have a lot of glue handy. And why this one works well is because I can force it manually to squirt out the glue a lot faster. So what we're building here is, it's hard to believe that that's exactly what it's made out of, but you're just going to go crazy and do all the little squiggles of those glue strands. And you're going to make a really gnarly tree. If you want to make it more wispy, which is I'm going to try this time. This was my first tree I ever made. And then of course you're going to add the root section, and you see why we have this planned out, because you want to be able to see where your parameter is. So when you take it off, it's going to fit quite nicely. I trimmed mine, and now this time I think I'm going to leave them. I'm going to leave them sort of sticking up a little more just because I like the drama of it. So it's really fun to do. You just want to start, watch your fingers, and you're just going to give a squiggle, and you see how you go through, the glue starts to move through quite quickly. I also find if I cut them in half, it makes it a little more manageable, only because I just can't push as much with it too tall. So there's no right, there's no wrong. Make your tree as cute, as whimsical, go back over it. And as you can, I'm gonna take a baby wipe, my favorite purchase. Never bought so many baby wipes in all the years I had children as I do now for crafting. But just keep any little cobwebby pieces to a minimum as much as you can. We'll have a chance to fix that in a bit. So just starting at the top, I'm going to move through. And you see how just being able to manually push that helps. If you go off, which I did there, I'm just going to cut that off after. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to chop a bunch of these in half just because of the size of my gun. I never kept track of how many I went through, but just whatever, you can start and stop wherever you choose that your tree looks appropriate or not. If you don't want it too gnarly or you don't want it as wide. And then as you come down near the bottom, you're just going to make some roots. Just drift off.
Melita, did you have a question?
I do. I have two questions.
Okay.
Number one, my modeling paste that came in my kit, I can't for the life of me get it open. It has some under the edge, so I think it had been opened. But I do have golden light modeling paste. Will that work?
Golden light?
It says golden light. Can you see my screen at all?
I'll find you.
Okay.
Gold. Oh, so is golden the brand?
Yes.
Golden's the brand.
Okay. The problem with that's light modeling paste, not as in light in color. It's light in consistency.
Okay.
It's not going to provide you the same lift.
Okay.
So if you go and run the container under hot water and
Okay.
then take a butter knife or something and run it along the edge, it will definitely open.
Okay.
It definitely will open. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's the only problem. So it's not, the paste that you have isn't golden in color or light as in white. It's definitely white, but it's the light as in weight wise.
Okay.
Modeling paste is used for something completely different.
Okay.
So
All
Melita,
you're going to need this one.
You can't open your container that was in the kit.
No, and my husband is not home. He's away right now, so I have no one to open it for me, but
Yeah, so
I'll
a little hot water
give it a
and a
try.
butter knife around the edge and it will go.
Okay. And my next question is about my form. I have the hard plastic one.
Okay.
Do I still put the tissue paper over with glue and
I
paint
would,
it?
because you want that the roughness to her, right?
Okay. Okay, good. Great. That's
Yeah.
great. Thank you for answering my
Yeah,
question.
I like the textured look of it, and you're going to dress her after with some
Okay.
clothes. But yes, that's why I'm just saying take some of the tissue that I sent you and
Okay.
still apply it so you get that same effect, but it's a quarter of the work.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I hope you get that open. I know that your wrists give you problems, so my fingers are crossed.
I'm so sorry
That's
the trouble
okay.
with these types of containers.
I have the same problem and I use a wet washcloth and that helps me get lids off.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and do that. Thank you.
So I'm just continuing here with my tree. If you find that you're kind of repeating yourself on the same way, just go back in there and do a different zigzag so you have some contrast. And you do go through the glue
Sheila,
sticks. Yep.
for that outline, is that the far outline or is that the inner?
This is the wall, the dark line is the outer, but because we are not building it on the other side, I'll be able to transfer that on perfectly. I just wanted to know how long I had and how wide I had.
Okay, thank
So
you.
when I take this off, it's going to fit perfectly on it because it's not like we're building the frame all the way around where it would be exceeding the frame border. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna work on my root system here a little bit and cascade that off. And again, there's no right and wrong. There's just let the glue flow, make a few squiggles, add some drama if you want. As I played with my different glue guns, this is how I found I could really make a lacy, delicate tree with some guns because they didn't give a lot of glue at one time, and others, like this one, allowed me to be have the branches moving a little thicker. So then there's no right and wrong in how much your tree drapes over. I'm just going to add some limbs and then go back and fill them in a little bit here. Now, something I didn't do on the first one that I definitely want to try this time is add some flowers, butterflies, some different thing in the tree later. It's so beautiful that it'd be a waste not to be able to decorate it after. Put a little birdie in the branches, whatever you think fits the theme. You'll notice with mixed media, if you start doing it is never a walk away and be done. You come back the next day and you're like, oh, that color looks a little different. Oh, I think I'll touch this up. Oh, maybe I'll add this. And then before you know it, the thing weighs 50 pounds. And it's just been a lot of fun in making it. And the good thing is this dries pretty quick. So you don't have to worry because this will have to be painted as well. My tree's been in the wind. It's old and lived a long time. I'm gonna add couple of little limbs, branches. And if once we go to pull it off, if you don't like what you see, a little snip here and there, and you can prune your tree any way you like. We've got some new lights in here for filming, and whoo, they are warm. I'd start sweating. My worst fear is I've got some water here for my dirty brushes. I might pick it up and start drinking it by mistake instead of the one I'm supposed to. But you hear me
I have been known to take a shot of something that I shouldn't have, for sure.
So I know it's hard to get the whole thing in the frame. I'll pull it up in a minute here. I'm just trying to add some more. And then just stand back and say, do I need to fill in anywhere? Do I like the way it looks? Because I'll tell you, when you go to paint this, it will pop like that. The glue will come to life. And again, watch those little fibers. I'm been bad and haven't have a little a wipe off here. Just trying to see. So maybe I'll come in here a little bit more. You can make very defined branches, which is what I did the first time. This one is kind of almost a little more jungle-like. And yours, mine, and your neighbors are never going to look the same. So while we're all going to use the same components, it's all very unique. Not just the tree, but the whole project will turn out a little bit different. So maybe a little squirt here. Tree looks a little naked. And so I don't know if you can see that. I'll try and put a bit of black under here. Woo. That, I don't know if that helps, not really. But that's kind of what I've got going on for the top. Maybe just a little bit more branches. Yeah, see, I just want to cast that off a little bit more so it just doesn't look like a whole gnarly umbrella of branches. So yes, you are following. And down here, if you can see, I've got my root system, just kind of, this is all the roots that you see above ground when you have a tree. And you can bring that over as far as you like, but you know where your cutoff point is. So just watch that. It seems consistent, you know, as in it's the thickness of it feels good. You don't have like a little narrow piece here, because I mean, you can fix it now, but once we go to, yeah, that's looking a little more breezy to me. Sorry,
Janice on Facebook just said that the little strings shrivel and disappear if you blast it with a heat gun. That's not a bad idea.
You're not going to melt my tree, are you, Janice?
Blast it fast. Get one of those. What are those things that you are actually fire?
Yeah, one of those torches. Let's see here.
That they use in cooking all the time for creme brulee or some fancy dishes.
You know what? That is a perfect thing to do, because what happens is they curl up and they're pulling into the design. So fabulous idea. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, Janice said no melting, just short blasts.
Yeah.
Exactly. Good job. Good call, Janice.
Very good. Okay, so just to test how big or small it is. Once, because I blasted it, it's not quite cool enough. But you see how easy she just pulls off? And then that's how you're going to fit it on there, see? So you can, because it's plastic, you can pull those roots up a little more. I actually went over the thing, and I kind of like that this time. You know, it doesn't have to be symmetrical and perfectly on the edge. So this time I'm living on the edge. I'm going over the edge. There we go. That was an excellent idea though. So if you want to use a heat gun to give that a little blast, the actual little fibrous ones just curled right up and ran for cover into their bigger ones. So that's a great idea. Okay, so now you're going to bring out your gesso. I'm just going to put that aside because we will need it in a bit. Okay. I'm using a hard media mat upside down because the other side has a grid pattern, and I thought it might be a bit much to look at. So what you want to do now is you're going to take your gesso and you're going to paint the frame. You're going to paint your girl, which I've already done, or you may have already done, the dress form, and you're going to paint your tree. So using the gesso, I hope that lady got hers open.
Yeah, I hope Melita did too.
Okay. So you just want to give this a nice coating, because this is going to provide the base that everything else is going to sit up on top. I was using a different brand of gesso in the first one, and it was so thick and hard to move. The brand I was using, this one is Dina Wakley, I think, and it is very nice to work with. You don't want to be, you know, it's so thick that, yeah, it's got great coverage, but you need a trowel to move it around, and that's not the point of it.
Hot water and dishcloth actually got my jar of modeling paste open. Thank you.
Oh,
Good, it's wonderful. A lot of the ladies that bought kits had emailed me and asked, is this going to be recorded? And yes, it is, because if you're not part of the VIP group and are joining Jackie and all of us today, Jackie will provide a link later, right, Jackie, for myself to pass on?
yeah, I'll actually physically give you the, well, we can talk about it after. We'll figure out what's the best course. If I put it on YouTube and it's a private link, or if you put it on YouTube and it's a private link for you. I'm not sure how you want to do it, but we could talk about that later.
It was just one of the questions I was getting a lot of emails this afternoon about. It is being recorded, right? And I'm like, yes,
I'm recording it. And I also know that I've just heard, like, I know Leslie, for example, in this group right now is also recording it.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
So, yeah.
Just going to unplug my heat gun so I don't melt anything. But don't forget, you've got the bottom, the sides. This is where things are going to get messy. So much for the manicure. That's why I chose to wait. Gesso really sticks to you. You can have a shower and have something in there, a scrubbing. I've used Dawn dish soap the other day. And, you know, just when you think you've got it all, it's under your nails or whatever. So definitely, I'm bad. I always say, have gloves, and then forget to wear them myself. So it's really quick, nothing spectacular. All you want to do is make sure that that is completely covered, all four sides, inner and outer. It dries pretty fast, but you're definitely going to take your heat gun and give it a nice blast. Okay, so I'll just put that aside. Notice the little area here that I missed. When you're flipping it over, your fingers might remove some of the gesso. So just make sure you have, oops, see, and tilting it, I see another spot. Sneaky little crooks and crannies here. Watch for any little dollops that might have formed over the edge. You want to just catch those and wipe them off now, just so you don't have like a big lump of gesso or paint sticking out, honey.
Marilyn just asked if you could just slow down a tiny bit. They'd like to catch up.
Sure, yeah, keep drawing. You guys keep working. No problem. I'll have a sip of my water so I don't lose my voice.
And Tammy is just saying, where will I go to watch this later? Tammy, if you're in the VIP club, it's available in the VIP club all the time. And if you're not in the VIP club, Sheila will get a hold of you after and let you know where it is.
Jackie, you're supposed to say, and if you're not in the VIP club, you should be.
I'm not much of a salesperson, but yes.
I absolutely loved my gift for my 3.5 year membership.
Oh, nice.
I was like, oh, this, I mean, I'm a pen lover and paper lover, of course. You're not going to be in this business if you're not, but pens, oh man, they have to write perfectly, finely, and not big, like a 1.0. I like the 0.7 or 5. And that pen wrote beautifully. How much I
Oh.
was surprised to learn it also had a screwdriver and a level and 2 ways to measure. And I'm like, I'm not showing my husband this. It'll be in his toolbox.
I know that was a very well perceived 3.5 year. With the VIP membership, when you hit milestones, so far we've had 3 milestones. When you reach them, we send you free exclusive VIP swag. So our original gangsters, the 3.5 year ladies, you are the ladies who have been with us since the very beginning. You just received your notebook in this fabulous pen that everybody loves.
With art journaling.
The Dean Milton said, I'm still working on the glue tree.
Okay, no rush. There's lots of drawing time here, so. This is kind of some of the boring parts. Not really exciting here.
The drawing,
girl, make sure she's painted. If at any point you are working on her, I don't want to touch this one, but let's see if I have another one kicking around. I'm all out of women girls here. What I found is, if you do go for manicures, or in crafting, we often have those what do you call it? Like they're sanding blocks. Well, my manicure gives me these all the time, and I thought, well, once you get your nails done, you don't want to push your hand into your handbag and then you scrape your nails with these. But boy, do these make good crafting sand blocks. So I'm gathering them up now. So yeah, if at any point you're like, oh, it's a bit bumpy there, I'd like to sand that down a little, just take one of these. Or of course, the industry has different sanding blocks that actually are sold to crafters like us to do that. And that just really helps smooth it out a little bit if that's what you're looking for. They say that paper mache is better if it's cooked. I've never worked with paper mache growing up. I don't think I ever tried it in school. But you want to cook it with, like, if you're using 1 part, like a 1/4 cup of flour, you're going to add the 1/4 cup of flour to 1 cup of water, or one and a 1/4 cup. So it's 5 to 1 is what I'm trying to say. Geez, this is not a baking show, thank goodness. And then just stir it, and it just, you don't want it to be really thick and goopy. Just water it down a little bit, and that's and then if you can take time between layers, that helps too. Just trying to use up a little time here while people catch up. But if you take a little bit of your gesso too, it'll fill in quite nicely. But the whole idea is you do want the texture. It's not supposed to be super clean and smooth unless that's what you want. But that wasn't the intention I had here. You can file down the neck. Some of you will have a higher neck, and some will have the lower neck look that way, depending on how you handle it. And again, not a big deal what the bottom looks like because we are not going to see it. So far we worked with the gesso. We've gessoed the frame. We've gessoed our silhouette that we'll be using. I'm just gonna move this aside, and I'm gonna bring in my tree. Depending on the glue stick that you use, I find different brands of glue are a little, sometimes this tree is quite, see how soft this one is? Other ones are a little firmer and not, they all bend, but just not as bendable. So if you are waiting and want to move on, the next step you're going to want to do, and this is where you're going to see those little fibrous dies that you can cut off after.
Just before everybody does that, how is the glue trees looking? That's freaking cool.
It just looks so neat.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
I don't know why, you know, I mean, I saw it then, I'm like, wow, I can see so many applications. My next project, I'm thinking like under the sea, and, you know, and the what is that? Like a
coral reef and things
coral,
like
but the coral, yeah. But what is it, a ray fish or whatever that has the tentacles hanging down?
Oh, I have no clue.
Stingray.
I know.
A stingray?
A
Jellyfish.
stingray, maybe, yeah. And we're not talking Mustang here, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I just thinking it's light, right? Like it's so light.
Oh, yes. And I mean, depending on how fast you squirt that out and the type of glue you're using, you can get that really thick gnarl, or you can get a very lacy finish to it.
So what are you doing right now? Now you're painting
All
it.
I've done is I've taken my tree and I'm just putting some gesso on. And can you see? Look at all those fibers now. See, now that you can see them?
Oh, it's so cool.
I mean, especially, I found some pretty little butterflies. I thought maybe I'll put in this one, or if you add anything, but maybe when I am drying it, those little guys will hightail it and shrink like Janice suggested.
Jelly. Leslie said jellyfish. That's what with
Jellyfish, thank you. I'm no marine biologist. I knew I can see it, but I just didn't know what it was called. So that's all I'm doing, ladies, is I'm just gonna get this done and you can catch up. There's no rush. We're moving right along. The fun part's coming if you're not having fun yet.
Oh, I'm having fun.
It's just you know, sometimes it's just all this background stuff you have to do before you get to play with all the colors and the inks and the things that make it all come to life a little bit more. But we need some of these base pieces to have something fun to play with. I'm going to add a little bit, I'm going to plug my glue in again since I have time. And I'm just going to put a little more here because it looks a little naked there. To me, personal preference. This poor glue gun, oh my gosh, I've had it for so long, and yet of all the ones I've spent tons of money on, this little guy. So all I'm doing is just cascading a few roots off here, and I'm just being me, and you know, nobody, an arborist is not going to come by and tell me that that doesn't look right. Just need to. And it dries so quickly that it makes no matter to add a little bit if you find that you want to add a little squiggle here. Okay. So my frame is drying, my glue is drying, my lady is drying. Take your heat gun, give those a little bit of a zhuzh so you can be able to work with them. The fun part is this can dry off to the side because and we won't need it for a while. We're going to move on to the frame. So the frame is the part that we will need dried first and foremost, because we're going to get into being a masonry and doing a little plaster work. I don't know why I closed that. Okay. So I'm just going to give that a little heat. If you don't like your tree, rip it off, throw it out, start again. It's just loose sticks.
So Sheila, are you finding that heating it up there, it's shriveling up those little stickles?
You know what? I think I did it better before I added the paint, the gesso.
Gotcha.
So a little pair of scissors and a little haircut could easily take place here. Plus, once you if you're going to add any foliage, flowers, any type of distractions, you're never going to see them. It's nothing to worry about. I'm just going to put that off to the side. I'll have a gummy bear. Who's got snacks?
Go get a drink, go clean your hands, give
Oh, I
everybody
know.
or whatever you want to do. I get all bossy and mum. My goodness. It's time for everyone to go to the bathroom.
And they call me Bossy Bessie. That's what my sisters call me.
I'm very bossy. I'm terrible.
Well, my sisters and I are all bossy, but I'm the oldest, and they don't let me forget that. This is my oldest sister.
That's too.
And,
My middle daughter Hannah, she's very bossy too. Her and I are very bossy, and we boss everybody around. And when sometimes when we get chatting, we're like, we got to work on not being so bossy.
Exactly. But you get things done.
Yes. Everybody's talking about how bossy I am, but nobody's talking about how fabulous I am and organized.
I found these little guys in my stash, and I thought, wouldn't they be cute fluttering in the tree? Since we're going to be kind of playing with those colors, and if you don't like them, you give them a shot of something and you change colors.
What are those? Are they paper or are they enamel?
They're probably a sample we got from Little Birdie, I think. And they probably have.
Are they paper stickers?
Yeah, they're paper and sparkly, and they have two little foam pads at the back with adhesive.
Oh, it looks like the perfect color.
Yeah, I just found them by accident when I was looking to see what. And you can add these kind of flowers. And again, if you don't have the right color, you can change them. This is where you can use up some of your stuff that even in sewing kits or something, depending on how much you're a crafter. I used to have all those, remember those roses that were on wires, and oh my goodness. So I'll wait for you to tell me when we're ready to go.
Well, we'll give everybody 5 minutes. How about that?
Not a problem.
So at 1:55. We also want to kind of keep on track so the class doesn't get too long. So we're shooting for it to be done by 4:30-ish.
4:30 Alberta time.
Yes.
My ladies in Manitoba are panicking. What?
Sorry. Yeah. Well,
I was telling Jackie that I stand during the entire time that you're doing this, and it's just like after a while, your shoulders, you feel like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and you're gonna need a leave or something. It's just easier for me to be up on top of it standing than trying to do this sitting down.
Yeah, I used to stand, but then I got a different chair. But you have you're working on a tall table, so it's different.
I am, yeah. And I do have a nice drafting chair on wheels. But again, I don't know what it is. It's easy to, I don't know. It's just a preference right now when I'm teaching. It seems like I can just be more attentive and on point if I'm standing. So
yeah, for sure.
So we're gonna need a little scrap of your wax paper or your the parchment paper, sorry. Whatever you have. So if you can get that ready just off to the side, because this is where we're going to add that sand to make the grit. Get to the fun parts.
I don't know, Sheila. I think playing and making a tree with my glue gun was pretty freaking fun.
Yeah, that was it really, like, it blew my mind the first time I did it. I thought, wow, that is really neat.
I think it's totally cool. And I know Connie Nickel a long time ago in one of our frugal scrapbooker articles,
Right?
he took stencils, like our printout, like hearts and stars, and she would use them like a not it's not a stencil, more of a like a drawing,
Right.
and put a piece of transparency over top of it, and then she'd use colored glue to make the shape. So like a starfish or a Christmas tree and then you buy the colored glue guns, glue stick.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that was kind of fun, but it always kind of looked like sort of like a child's art. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah.
Whereas this, I've never seen it look so fabulous into like a mixed media before. Like, it looks really cool.
I was taken with it. I was like, wow, who would have thought that that is glue?
Yeah.
Just to use it in that type of application, just because, again, it's thinking outside the box, and we're all always saying that, and we're all trying to do that. But that was just, I was like, this is glue. No one's ever going to guess what this is made out of. Do we want to get, how are we doing? Is it time?
Yeah, let's just do one more minute. Nobody is saying anything, and I'm thinking it's because they don't want to break the trying to catch up.
No, that's fine.
The dean said she likes to stand and teach too. It's so much.
Yeah.
Everybody, Janice is online. Janice Croswell. Hello, Janice. Great to
Hey,
see you.
Janice.
You're definitely gonna, if you just joined, Janice, you're definitely gonna want to watch the replay because you're gonna want to get out your glue gun and start making trees, girlfriend. Or
Janice has lots of
jellyfish.
trees in her yard.
Yes. All right, I think we're good to keep going.
Spell got choked by a gummy bear here. Hang on. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I said it right when you're.
So what you want to do is you're going to take some of your gesso and you're going to just make a little pile of it there. You can always add more, but you're not going to want to contaminate it too much until you see how much you want. And this is where you're going to take your little bag of sand and you're going to make it all gritty. Now try a little and see what that feels like. Get it all wet, worked in. If you find it's like, oh, I poured too much sand, then just go and grab a little gesso to water it down a little bit. So now at this point, all you're kind of wanting to do is add some grit. Now you're gonna take some on your palette knife, your old bank card, credit card, whatever you're using, and you're just going to, anywhere you want. There's no right, there's no wrong. You're just gonna scrape it on, and it sounds really gritty because it is. If you think you need a little more gesso to make it a little more creamier and you're not dragging it quite as high, you don't want it chunky, and you just, ooh, sounds like somebody running their hands on a chalkboard, but it just adds such a nice, unique, the finer the sand, everybody will be running out to their children's toy box outside and getting some sand.
Well, I just love mixing stuff. Like I love it. Like mixing stuff, like mixing glitter into stuff, mixing, you know, reinkers into stuff. I don't know why. I just love that kind of stuff.
Oh, I know, it's
I feel real artsy.
now this entire thing is your canvas to fill. Remember, we're going to be stenciling, we're going to be adding other effects. So you don't want to ice the entire cake here as a way of saying, you know, but don't be stingy. Don't, and you know what? If you don't like it, just take a baby wipe and wipe it off. If you find it's a little, I mean, mixed media is all about dimension. So if you're going to have some high parts, you're going to have some low parts, and just don't forget the outside walls. And remember, you're going to put her in the middle, but don't worry about that. Decorate everything as if she's not going there. And that way it'll look beautiful no matter what. Because you never know, once you go to apply her, it might not be as covering up as much as you think. And if you find the sand really sticking together in places, that's perfect. But again, just like I said, go around the edge. Make sure you're just keeping it crisp and clean on the wood. Don't let any bits be hanging over. You don't need, start off less sand at first until you see how it's working. So then just make sure you've got a little bit everywhere. We've got a lot of other things to add yet. Don't stress about this one. But later when that color—
Fall in love with the layer. Don't fall in love with the layer.
Don't what?
Don't fall in love with the layer.
Yeah, because it's when that color and those sprays hit that later, oh my goodness, they're just gonna jump off the wood and be incredible. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the gesso. Put that aside. Again, I'm gonna start drying mine. You guys catch up, no rush.
That sand was in modeling paste, not gesso, right? Nope.
Sheila,
Can't hear you if you're talking to me. What's that?
when you mixed your sand, what did you mix it in again?
The gesso.
The gesso.
Yeah, the one that we painted this with.
Did you catch that, Melita?
I did. I thought it was modeling paste she put it in.
No,
Uh-oh. So now you use modeling paste all
Nope.
over there?
No, I'm still painting my canvas. I'm way behind.
that's okay.
So that's good though.
This gives me
Good.
more time to play.
Don't rush, Melita.
No,
Yeah, don't rush.
I will pick it up on the replay if I don't get it done. I'm not, but I'm just kind of watching as I'm going, and I thought I'd double check that that wasn't modeling paste.
Yeah, ask us anything. We'll answer it for you as you, but don't rush because you want this to turn out spectacular.
Absolutely.
Right now on my TV, I have on YouTube, I have one of those relaxation jazz
Okay.
things going, and it's an ocean with pelicans. It's with pigeons. No, that's my farm.
Yeah.
It's so relaxing right now.
So after I started drying it, if I think it's a little much, you can definitely wipe some off before it's dry, but just get it dry, like really dry.
Janice Janice Croswell just said pigeons, laugh out loud. Yeah. And I really know my seabirds. Linda is asking, do you do the inside? Yes, Linda.
Yeah,
She
we did.
Pardon?
We did scrape some inside there, if you can kind of catch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's here and there, very, very arbitrarily, just wherever, because we're going to be stenciling our bricks next. And there's lots of other components. We're going to be stamping. We have that other big stencil to work with. There's lots to go yet. So you don't want to cover the entire thing, is all I'm trying to say. The finer the sand, the nicer, or the different, I should say, this can be a bit chunky and this can be a bit fine. So the finer stuff is definitely going to be, the more powdery, but you have to have granular. It has to be granular, not powder, in order to have that effect. So this looks like, an old weathered building. I do a lot of work with crackle paste where it goes on and then it just busts apart and crackles, just like all those old farmhouses and windows that everyone's trying to find now because they're so attractive for projects. They're just beautiful. Just gonna clean up here like I Woo! I had quite the day today before I had a chance to, before we would meet today at 2 o'clock Winnipeg time. I had a visitor who was an incredible person, is an incredible person. She works with patients, people in palliative care in their last hours of life, and so she started this whole series on finding the beauty in everything, and everywhere. And we met somehow. I don't even remember how, but it was last year sometime. And then she asked if she could come by the store, and of all days, it would be today. So she loved the beauty in what, scrapbooking, paper crafting means, and how it expresses. It is our outlet. Many of us use it as therapy, as we all say, and different kinds of expression. And so, but she was just so amazing. She came from Poland, and now she wrote a book that was just released, and she's just really incredible. I'll post about her later, but it was just a really wonderful visit. So it was kind of an emotional roller coaster, and then I'm thinking, I gotta gear up for this.
That sounds lovely. What a lovely lady.
Oh, it was. And then she interviewed people that were in the store shopping, and everything. So she's going to put together a little kind of video about our visit, and yeah, she just goes all across Manitoba, but now she's looking at expanding where she's going, and she does a lot of public speaking. She was just recently last Thursday on our radio, or not our radio, on our morning City TV Live. That's what it's called, I think. In the morning, it airs all across Canada, and you have your hosts and different speakers, and she was on there, and it's just about learning to find the meaning a little deeper than just what's on the surface, I guess. I'm not doing a very good job of kind of portraying what we talked about.
That sounds nice.
It was. We laughed, we cried.
And then you had to get into mixed media mode.
I know. And then I'm thinking, holy Gina, I had forgot to tell everybody the store was closing early, and I just got so behind because you get caught up in the visit,
Right, yes.
And I didn't want to not be able to find you and be all of the technology, because I was telling you, Jackie, you have to be like a TV behind the scenes cameraman here.
No, it's true. It's
The
so
technology, like, look, here's tap into this. So it's a lot of work on your end too, just making sure that everybody's joined up. And
yeah, it's technology is sort of, it's spectacular, and yet and at the same time it's so frustrating.
oh, when it doesn't work, no kidding.
Yeah,
I'm
totally.
just gonna dry a little bit, give everyone, how's everybody doing? A few little pockets here. We are going to switch to our modeling case next, and to our bricklaying stencil. So whatever works for you, we're just gonna move around our frame and inside wherever you want to add bricks. And don't forget your sides, top and bottom, because this piece will be looked at, because it's so got such depth. It will be very visible. So you want to cover that here and there. And then don't forget, you're going to need room, if you choose to use the stencil, to add, a burst of a spectrum of dots, or some of these beautiful filigree type looking things. So we'll see how that transpires. Maybe a canvas, but we don't want blank, empty space. The mylar on this one is quite nice, actually. This is a Studio Light stencil. They make quite nice ones. Janine's Mindful Art Collections, Dots and Ornaments, this one's called. A lot of people would look at this and go, I don't know how I would use this in card or scrapbooking or whatever, but boy, in mixed media, there's some beautiful things here. See, this is where it gets hard. If the stencil's too big and say, I want to use this particular spray, you got to kind of bend it and hold it and hope that once you scrape it down, you pull it off and you don't smear it. So that's why sometimes having too big of a stencil actually is a bit cumbersome. Are we ready to start bricklaying, or how are we doing, ladies? Give me an idea.
Give me a minute to dry.
Okay. Yeah, really make sure it's dry. Don't rush. Who knew at this age we'd all be playing with Barbies, eh? Dressing her.
I loved Barbies so much when I was little.
I did too. We didn't have a lot of the fancy. I remember going to this one girl's house, and she had like the furniture and the this and the that, and with 4 girls, I mean, mom and dad couldn't keep up with all the Barbies that we would like.
Yes. I know. I had my sister and I, so we got the Charlie's Angels. There was a set,
Oh,
and but they were little, like they weren't the normal size,
okay.
so no clothes fit them. And then my mom got us one. Then my mom got us Share, and Share was huge. So I don't know what my mom was thinking, but I mean, we played with those nonstop, but we hardly had any clothes. She
But
probably
everyone was naked.
And then finally, I think I was probably like 13 or 14, and I got Cowgirl Barbie, an actual Barbie.
Wow.
And she had the white cowboy hat and the white suit with the tassels. Oh my gosh. I played with her until like seriously, that was the best gift. But looking back now, we still loved the Charlie's Angel and we loved Cher. But my mom, like,
Ooh.
why the heck did they weren't actually Barbies? Do you know what I mean? Sheila,
Yeah.
like, we didn't fit any of the clothes.
Well,
But
that's
I
where you
had
could have
Donnie
made
and
paper
Marie.
crafting. You could have made clothes.
who did you have, Melita?
Donnie and Marie, the Donnie and Marie Barbies.
Oh my gosh. I don't remember seeing any of those.
Well, I know for a fact that the set of Charlie's Angels I had, I think my mom probably got them at whatever the equivalent was, the dollar store at the time. Somewhere, or you know what I mean, Kmart,
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
She didn't want to spend the money on the fancy Barbie. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, but we sure loved them. And then when I did get the one Barbie, like I said, that the one real one, I only ever had one real one.
Right.
I still think
Mhm.
about how much pleasure she brought me.
Did you keep her?
Oh, I definitely have her in my box downstairs. I should actually go pull it up. But I had a friend like you, my next door neighbor, not quite. Like, I live in a small town called Del Point, so everybody's your next door neighbor. When I was growing down the block, Tammy, and she was an only child,
Yeah.
and her mom and dad, I think her mom was a teacher, and her dad worked in the oil field at the time when it was just starting. And she, in their spare room, Sheila, she had all the stuff. Like, there was no bed in the spare room. It was Barbie Wonderland. Like, she had towns.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wow.
and I would
Definitely.
come over there, and I was already like 13. Like I would think about it. I'm over there at 13, 14 with my cowgirl Barbie.
Ah, those are good days.
Oh, she had everything. Oh my gosh. And I was just so grateful that she was my friend.
When I was 14, I got a job in Red Deer working in one of the toy store that they had there. And oh boy, all the money I made. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but in those days you could get a job and nobody asked you for parental permission, teacher permission. And that year I bought my sister Stacy, I think it was Stacy or Melanie, maybe my youngest sister, the Barbie camper. Oh my gosh.
Yellow one?
That was just so,
Like the big yellow van?
yeah, the big yellow camper, that big camper.
Yes, I got that at Christmas one time too. That was the best Christmas gift I ever got in my whole life. I think I even started to cry. It was just the I had to share it with my older sister, which kind of sucked because then we had to take turns which room it got to sleep in at night.
And which campground you were going to?
She'd come home from a friend's house and I rearranged the furniture inside or hung the clothes someplace else. Then we'd fight, you know.
Aw. Well, for those ladies, we'll get started on doing our brick laying. So this is just straight modeling paste that we're going to use. It's thicker somewhat, though it can look very much like the gesso. So that's why I said just make sure you keep them separated. You can give it a bit of a stir.
Janice on Facebook just said her favorite was making Barbie furniture with cardboard, scraps of material, foam. Yeah. You built stuff with what you had. Yeah. I had a cardboard Barbie house. It was like, I think it was like 4 or 5 stories tall of cardboard boxes.
I asked my dad, I didn't tell him, I asked my dad, can you build me like some Barbie furniture and that? And my dad's an electrician and not a carpenter. All came with 2x4s, and Barbie could take out somebody with the couch that she had.
You're funny.
So all I'm going to do, girls, is I'm going to move on to start putting my bricks wherever you want. And all that you want to do is kind of saving this area maybe to do something with a bigger stencil. But in the meantime, I'm just going to put my stencil down, make sure it's flush. And you don't stencil, you don't have to, I should say, you can if you want. You don't stencil the whole entire stencil. It's supposed to be abstract and here nor there. So, and then lift that off. And if you can see, you get that very rusticy, I'm trying to get the light to find it here. There. Whoop. You see a little bit in the light? It's hard, I know, but it's a very rustic.
Yeah, see it. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just going to move around. And again, if you have a lot of product on your stencil, you're going to want to wipe it off. And then as soon as you're done, put it in a soapy water bath, because it will stick and you won't get that off. So I'm just going to, put a little here, a little there. And again, I'm not, you can fill more of the squares in, or not so much, just cast off, and then make sure you go in there and take that extra off. Just keep it nice and clean. No rush, just take your time. It just starts to get to be so much fun building the design. If you have a little dollop fall off here and there, don't worry. And if something smudges and you don't like it, just take a baby wipe and gently just wipe it off. It's not a do or die situation, and nobody knows what the brick was supposed to look like. It's all up to you. If you're, some of us can get to be quite like a perfectionist, and we know what we're aiming for, but nobody else does. And other people would be more than happy with it. And, here you might be like, oh, that didn't look quite as nice. Or so we're our worst critics, right? So again, just putting a little brick here, a little brick there. Try and find the smooth areas to do the stenciling. It'll just make it easier to than trying to incorporate some of the bumps. But if you run over the bumps, that's okay too. So just an old bank card, credit card, anything that will just help smear that along, and then just take it and lift. I'm going to dry this a bit because I want to do my sides, but I don't want to touch it until, because I have to turn it. I don't want to touch it and wreck what I have here. So if you find you have a little bit of a dollop, again, just pick it off, scrape it down. No one's going to know. Just going to lay this off to the side for the moment. Not too long. I've put some in the inside. I've put some top, bottom, and my sides on here. I'm going to dry this, and then I'm going to roll it over to do a little bit on the outside. And if you think you don't have enough after you dry it, you can go back in and add some more. Our dogs aren't even here, and I have a dog hair on my canvas. Must have came with me. I'm just scraping that off because I don't really like it. That's fine. There's plenty. Here you can have them going this way. And less is more. Don't try and get too thick with it. Because it does swell a bit when it dries, and it just can it can get quite thick and very rustic bricks. The stencil is very rustic looking. You can see they're not like perfectly nice flat bricks that are being used. So it's old, just like the whole picture that we're trying to do here is old. And what you think you can't see right now will really come to light when we add add color. It will make everything pop out. Okay, I'm done with the bricks. I'm going to leave room. I'm just going to cover that for now. I highly suggest in all of your products that if you have, like I have a lot left in here, you want to take some saran wrap and put it across and then tighten your cap on. If you're not going to be coming back to it for a bit, you don't want that product to dry out. And when it's exposed to air, it will definitely do that. So lid or no lid, it can still get, it can dry out over time if it's not used properly. Stored properly, I mean. I'm just going to continue drying, and everybody can just add their bricks wherever they like. And then I'm going to definitely have some fun with the stencil. I've left some places where I want to get in and add some of those filigrees at the top. You can have them going down the side. Definitely use the swirl. The flower would look beautiful. Again, kind of hard to get it in the corner because you almost need a little bit of help. But just turn it around, see what works. And again, once it all comes to life, and you know, if I'm going to stencil this, I could stencil kind of diagonally. I don't need to, you know, I don't need to cover it all. I'm just going to just scrape wherever it scrapes and get whatever I get and lift it off. And that's going to allow me to have some really neat effects. Because once we start spraying, you're going to see what you're having a hard time seeing right now on me is something really incredible. All the different things will come to light. Make sure, please, that you are dry, dry, dry. Because once we start to spray it, all of this white stuff will become diluted or not as defined or falling off if we're not careful. So don't rush, please dry with lots of time. The drying time is sort of half the battle here. At any time before you go to place your silhouette in and put her dress on, if at any point you look at this and you say, you know what, I kind of like this on the bottom and I like this one on the top, you're free to completely turn it to work for what you want right now. And then, because adding her to the canvas is the last one of the last things that we do. I'll give everyone a couple minutes and
Sheila?
Yeah.
I just finished the sand part and I need to dry this completely before I do the stenciling with the model paste, right?
yes, just because you want that you don't want that other product moving around on you.
Okay,
So
perfect.
you just
Thank
want to
you.
dry it out and
Okay,
then you can begin adding your bricks.
perfect. Thank you.
And remember, ladies, when we're doing this, we are going to be stamping later. So you want to spread things out. You don't need to cover every square inch with bricks or with any type of stencil, because we're going to be stamping after. Maybe you have a stamp in your stash that you have, like postmarks or things like that. Because later, you know, we're just going to take this without a block and we're going to just, you know, stamp, 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 stamp wherever we want to give that script look. If you have some type of little floral thing you want to stamp with, postmarks, anything like that. Total personal preference. We just tried to include a few things for you to play with in case you didn't have any of those kinds of items.
So we're about at the halfway mark, a little over the halfway mark of the class.
Okay. I'm going to move on to adding my stencil. This one here, any piece or part of it that you want. You don't have to, but I'm excited to try a little bit of it. So I'm going to play a little bit. Everybody can join in or catch up. Remember, it is recorded. You don't have to try and keep up. I know it is fun to craft along. I'm going to try this one. So again, you're just using your modeling paste, and I'm just going to apply a thin coat, nothing too thick because it just takes too long to dry and it's not going to matter. That's really cool. These add a lot of little dimensions with dots. It looks like a lot of people are into that. Is it dot art? You know, with the everyone's using the Nuvo drops to do a lot of dot art. Gonna give
Yeah,
my
we just had somebody do oh, it was Doreen. Doreen was actually, I don't know who it was. They did a demo for us. Yeah, and they showed this dot tool that you can get. It's pretty cool.
yeah,
From the
it's
dollar store, but it's just like adding dots to everything with.
yeah, it gives a really beautiful effect. Whether you're doing a whole design and that's all you're doing, or if you're adding it as a bit of a extra to a current art piece. So I did up in that corner there. I want to add a little something here. I don't want any dead space. So when she goes in there, I don't want to see streak lines of where I painted. So I'm just going to go in and do a bit of a flourish here. I'm going to tuck it in to my edge as much as possible, just so that I get nice and close to the border. And it's important to be as flat as possible. Any part of the stencil that's kind of hanging in the air isn't going to give you a very good impression. And this is where your stencil being too big can become a problem. Try and capture a little bit of that flower dot. Just scrape it all down, nice and level. Try and get just that little tail in there and lift. It's really cool. I don't know if you can kind of see a lot of those dots. Again, it'll really come to life later when we get to the
Oh yeah, you can see them. Oh my gosh, it's looking very textury.
Yeah, it's very textury, and that's the whole idea. You don't want to have dead space up in here, because what'll happen is when we spray it and all that stain and color bleeds down, you don't want to have just sort of like a streak mark of, oh, I saw that you painted there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this stencil's too big to do anywhere on the outside in my, like for me, I don't want to. You can if you want. Just because it just gets a bit tricky. I am wiping it off between applications because there's it's just a little much to hang on to, and if I peel it up, it's going to have a lot of goop on it, and I see a nice space here. I'm going to come in and do and turn it, twist it, do anything. Just try not to touch the other stuff, the wet stuff. The other stuff it can touch, but I'm just trying to keep it away from these dots are really cool. I like the stencil. And if you lift it up and it's less, kind of looks like it sucks, don't worry, because we're going to be, there's the doll and her whole gown is going to be in this area. You can very strategically hide anything that you're not happy with. Okay, that's enough. I'm going to want room to add my stamp. And again, very, very arbitrarily placed, no. Okay. See, you say you're going to do no more and you come back and you do some more. So again, highly suggest you cover that up with some saran across it, a baggie, anything like that. So we're pretty much done with the pasting part. We're going to move on to adding our beads right away. And then we're going to get to play some color. This is the drawing part that's the hardest. The rest will not be so wet and needing so much drying time. So that's good. And remember, as much as you're stenciling and doing fun things here, you are going to have your tree there too. So again, like I said, it's just layer, layer, layer. Don't worry about things being perfect, but just try and get them as crisp as possible, as in the design and the brickwork. Bringing my tree over to have a peek here, how she's gonna look on here. And once we spray her along with everything else, it's going to really pop. And I like the overhang. Personally, this time I'm gonna leave the overhang. I just like the gnarly, mystical way.
I like the overhang too.
Yeah. You know, at first you think, oh my goodness, this looks like a disaster. But once you really start to play with it and get to everything in there. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to take that off. Next thing we're going to need is our Glossy Accents and your bag of pearls and your ribbon. That's where we're headed if you're because we have so much happening on this side of the frame. It's nice for a little bit of balance to add a little bit. We're just squirting in some Glossy Accents in the top left and top bottom corners. And I'm also going to use it to apply my lace, and you can put that piece of lace anywhere, leave it out. In the sample I saw, you know, she had placed it. You can trim it. It's kind of not as nicely trimmed on the end if it's crooked. So just sharpen it up a little bit. Maybe off center it somewhere. Use it to hide something maybe you don't really like. Not that you can really see a lot of areas that you don't like, because there's nothing not to like at the moment. But we'll use the Glossy Accents to put that there. I'm kind of offsetting it. I don't want it directly above her head. I personally am just putting it right there. Glossy Accents will act like an adhesive, of course, as it hardens. It dries and hardens. Pretty little lace. And then in these little corners, you can use them all, use none of them. Depends what you want to do. But take a little bit of a paintbrush or your little palette knife and just kind of spread it out. Draw it out so it's, you know, not just a big pile of goop in the corner. You want to have it sort of just thinning out. And then just take some of the beads and spill them into the corner. Lots of different sizes, and if you have other beads you want to incorporate, small little ones, big ones, or later after, these are going to be painted with some gesso. Afterward, if you have some beautiful, I like saving old jewelry that maybe is, you know, something about it isn't nice to wear anymore, but man, some of it is beautiful for adding to artwork like this. So can you see in the corner, I'm just kind of doing a nice little build up there, pushing them in, flattening them down, adding dimension. The Glossy Accents will dry clear, so don't worry. You know, if I'm just gonna put my bigger one up there, drag a little bit of my little ones over here. And then I've got a couple going rogue here all over the place. Like playing that game where you have to put the ball in the hole.
There's lots of games where you have to put a ball in a hole.
Remember those little tipper, you know, you tip them and you have to roll it around. And then if you want to add a little texture to the top of your lace here, you can do so by adding some of the beads there. The nice thing, oh, there's a staple in it. We don't want a staple. Don't make them in a train, make them kind of jumbled. You don't want, you know, one straight line. So just schmooze them around a little, see? I think this one needs a little over there. This one on the bottom turned out nice. If you have more beads and you know, you want to add a little more, go ahead. It's completely up to you. And if you're not sure it's going to stick, just drizzle a little of the Glossy Accents on top and it'll just seep down. And you know those babies aren't going to go anywhere. Got some other beads rolling around here, so I'm going to pick up anybody I can that aren't stuck to me. Again, I'm just going to dry it now. That's the end of our glossy accent work. Our lace has been used and we've applied our pearls, beads. It's a great way if you have some of those really ugly beads, you know, different colors that you're like, I don't know what I'm ever going to use. And you know, the kids were into threading them and stuff like that, but they're abandoned sitting in a little Tupperware container. This is where you can just mix them all in there because you're going to cover them in gesso. These just happen to be white pearls because I like the effect that they were, but you don't have to use white. They can be any color because they're going to be painted. I have these stones that I got in a little packet of, and they always remind me of my Baba's brooches. This is the color of them. That would be pretty to add after you've done everything, excuse me. Because you wouldn't want to discolor them because they're unique and dark and moody all by themselves. They're a beautiful stone and they just look so vintage and gorgeous. Again, just keep drawing. If you have time on your hands, just dry, dry, dry. Better to be sure that everything's really dry. We've got a lot of runaway beads. Woo, big one. Looking for a home. So I piled high in the corner and then just drizzled them out in the corners as casting off. You know, she's gonna go about here. We can add something there if you want. You can put her up a little higher, but you want her dress is gonna be hanging down.
I lost you.
I lost her too.
Yeah, me too. I don't think she realizes it yet.
What was that? Did somebody say something?
Yeah, we lost Sheila. We lost her hands and we lost her speaker.
Oh, I see that. Maybe your battery went dead, Sheila, on your phone. Well, just keep trying.
Jackie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hang on.
You'll probably have to log in again on your phone, Sheila.
It appears my phone overheated.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, so she's quite hot at the moment.
Oh, dear.
Let me, trying to think of how I can, I mean, you can see me, right?
We can see you. Do you have an iPad?
And I can hear you.
Hi, Marianne.
If you have an iPad, you could use your iPad the same way as your phone.
Yes. Okay, give me a minute. I'm just gonna try and rig that up because it's a lot bigger than the phone holder.
Yeah.
For here. So just give me a second. I'll give everyone a chance to
Yeah,
catch up.
that's no problem.
Jackie, while we're catching up, did you watch you got the hockey game on in the background?
I don't right now. How's it going?
First intermission, it's tied 1-1.
Ah. I watched I think I watched the last actually I missed the Washington game, and then I just watched the 2 Vancouver games.
When I was the day after the Vancouver game, or no, the Washington game, I'm driving to work, and I always have my husband's radio station on, and it was the news, and they do not have the smartest cookies working for them, and so the guy announcer is doing the recap of and he's like, and last night Edmonton played the Boston Capitals, and I was like, what?
Oh my gosh.
So I got home, I said to my husband, I don't think he watches hockey. I don't think that guy watches hockey.
No.
But
Too
yeah,
funny.
I know. I was like, okay, sure.
Too funny.
Oh, they make silly mistakes like that all the time. My husband's gotten to the point where it's like, I don't even correct them. It's not worth
it. No. Isn't that crazy? The snow in Florida? Have you guys seen that?
No, I haven't.
Not happy
keeping
about
up.
it because I'm going there in a week for 3 weeks, and I'm not happy about the snow down there.
Believe it, Melita. I guess, I don't know. It's hard.
Crazy.
Pardon?
I said it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess that in some places they got like 7 inches of snow. Wow. Well, you know what? It was kind of, I think I was talking with Sheila yesterday. Yeah, it was Sheila. And we were talking about weather and how in like Elk Point where I live, it has poured rain. Like it poured rain the day before yesterday for the second time this winter. Like, I'm not talking cute little freezing rain, which is not cute. I'm talking full on 15, 20 minutes of pouring rain. So Sheila, all you have to do is make sure when you log on to Zoom, that you shut off before, like right now, you'll shut off your mic. You had your mic off on your laptop.
Right.
So you'll have to shut your mic off again on your laptop before you log in with your iPad.
I'll do it again.
Well, I'm loving this class.
Well, Jackie, here with the weather, last weekend it was -30, -40. We had to plug in everything. It is now -2.
Yeah. The fluctuations from day to night is insanity here. Like, But the rain is the thing that I've never experienced, like pouring rain, like in the spring. You know how we get rain in the summer and you can hear it on your roof, or, you know, it's running off your eaves troughs. Well, our eaves troughs are like literally full of ice. And so it's literally running off of our house. This rain in January. Nuts. There you go, Sheila. I can see your iPad.
Now I just got to flip it over.
Well, just turn it. But Sheila,
Yeah.
you do have to do what you did before. You have to turn your mic off of your laptop.
It is?
No. Here, I'm gonna mute you and see if it helps. And then, okay, now unmute you on your iPad.
Okay.
There, now talk.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's one problem
Okay.
solved.
Okay. Now, just because I'm looking how to flip the camera. Normally, isn't there a way to flip the camera? Oh, hang on. I'm a blonde. Give me a minute.
No, that's okay. Actually, everybody's loving this. They're like, yes, I'm catching up.
Good, good. See, I planned this strategically. Now I just got to figure out how to hook this baby up.
Or stack it. Do you have, I don't know how you're going to get it to hold on your thing. Do you have a bunch of books?
No, hang on. Just bear with me.
Okay,
I'm gonna turn the video off just while I get it going, okay?
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Just so I don't make everyone sick.
Yeah, you MacGyver that.
That's about it. Okay, so need
How's everybody's trees turning out? Liking them? Aha, love it.
So far, so good.
Oh, look at what you got going on there. Elastic bands, Sheila. You are MacGyver.
I know I had to do this once before, and I'm trying to remember what in the dickens I used. Hang on. I thought I had my
It's gonna work.
No, go this way. This way. Okay. Oh, whoa. Oh, I think I may have figured out a way. Gotta get one more.
Not one person, everybody is working. Yep, so everybody, yep, there, that Marianne's, oh, she's snacking, so am I.
I've been finding aquarium sand everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sand is a pleasant surprise right now. Remind you of summer's around the corner.
I hope it's around the corner.
No kidding.
Well, according to my YouTube station I have on right now, it's literally right over there, summer.
Okay, let's try this. Where am I? Great.
Oh, is it sleeping? Oh, something happened. Nope.
Oh, hang on, I'm not. Okay,
There we go.
back this up. Woo.
Maybe just lift the arm up. Try to
Yeah.
straighten the arm if you can. I know those ones over time they get slippery. Oh, what?
my iPad ends up in the neighbor's unit.
It's looking good though.
Hang on. Oh, gee. Sorry, I'm not trying to make anyone sick here. I'm just trying to figure out.
No, that's okay. Everybody's still working.
Okay. Oh, this might do it or not. Whoa, that's too heavy. What the heck? Okay, so let me see here. And
Here, I'll make it bigger for you so that you
yeah,
can sort of see where you're at.
okay, we're getting there. It's really close, I think, is what the problem is here.
Yeah, if you could just make it taller,
Okay,
just put a book, either like don't touch that. Can you just put a book underneath of it?
yeah, let's give that a try. Coming.
That might help. Everyone now can really see the texture and the pearls that you've added though.
Okay, we're going up here.
Oh, it's not really better.
No, no.
No. If somehow, if you could put the weight,
So what has to happen? This has to go up
it needs to be tilted towards you, the camera.
like
Like
that. Okay, that we can do here.
Everybody just close their eyes, work on their work.
I'm sorry, guys. There always has to be something.
I'm excessively happy because I'm getting caught up.
Yes,
Yay.
Melina's just giving her over there. I can see. She's like, this is a happy, wonderful thing.
This is a happy, wonderful thing. I'm having so much fun. I absolutely love this class, Sheila.
Thank you. Who is it?
That's Melita.
Rita,
Hi, Willita.
this is amazing. I'm having a ton of fun.
Good. It's always a goal. Holy Dinah here. Okay, guys, come on.
I'm removing you from spotlight just until you get it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to.
Okay, no need to apologize. This stuff happens.
I just can't believe I blew up my phone.
Sheila, you're so calm about it. I'd be freaking out really badly, and you're just like, okay, let's just find a solution. I love it.
It's called wine later. Oh, I talk so big, but I barely
That might
drink.
work. Actually, that's the best so far.
Oh.
We can't. Oh, no, you did something.
It just seems to be. Okay, what is it that we need? What are we trying to achieve here?
Right there. Right where you have it.
Okay, hang on. Let's bring this down more.
A part of me thinks that because is your arm, the top arm, is it bent? Is there
look.
any more length to have the arm go out, extend further out?
Yeah, hang on, that's true.
Because if you have more of that, then that might solve all the problems.
I was onto something and now I don't.
Well, I'm more worried. I more think that if we put too much pressure on those elastics, they're going to blow up.
No, they're heavy duty.
Oh, they're heavy duty?
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
That's the good part. Just trying to get the balance to work here. Seems to want to pull to one side more than the other.
But that's okay. If it's more what we see in the screen. If it's unbalanced, it's fine.
Okay, how does it look? I can't see it to see what it looks like.
Yeah, you have to turn your camera on the iPad.
Oh, I touched it. Shoot. Yike.
Oh, now it's the nightmare trying to turn it on. There we go.
Okay. Can you see?
We can, but now the camera is turned the wrong way, of course, right?
Yeah. Okay, take my camera off for a minute.
Just a second though. Why don't you work in this space? Would that be too hard?
Well, it looks stupid. Just give me a second.
Try again. Okay, try again.
Sorry, guys. Now you'll all be caught up, and I'm the one behind.
I think it's just like I find it I have it with my overhead camera where it's like a little bit either pointed down or up at one angle, and it's usually doesn't require a ton of tweaking to get it to change direction.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like it's in the right place now.
It is, yep.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, yep.
Did you turn me off or did I turn myself off? Okay.
I don't think we ever turned you off, but leave it on.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay.
If you can just leave it there and pull your canvas down, you might be okay.
But she's holding it with her hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out.
Right.
So the only thing I can think of is to literally find a bunch of books because to put your iPad on.
How's that gonna hold my iPad?
Because your camera is on one end, right?
Yeah.
And then you
Oh,
put weights
I see what you're
you
saying.
put weights on the iPad. Like another book.
Yeah.
That might work. Might not.
But actually, Sheila, since you've been messing around with it for a bit, is your phone okay?
No, you know what? It's actually off.
Oh.
When I tried to plug it in and turn it back on, it actually, hang on. What I'm going to do is I put my phone back in and I'm going to belt it to my phone. Because then it's got something to hang on to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you have those big rubber bands too,
That's how I did it before. That's exactly how I did it before.
Well, there you go. Then you're going to have to go and have a drink.
Okay, so now
now it's perfect.
Okay, so where did it go? It's a little bit, hang on. I'm MacGyvering a whole bunch of pressure points in. There we go. Okay, and I'm gonna bring it back this way so I can be. Is that okay, girls? Will that work? Or you want me to lift it up? I can definitely lift it up.
Well, if you want to try lifting it up without wrecking anything, then yes. But if you wreck something lifting it up, holy Lord.
Okay. Gotta make sure these dials are hanging on. That's exactly what I did though. I tied it to my phone before
That makes sense.
because my phone fits in the holder and okay.
Janice just said, Sheila, I'm across the street at Christine's. Do you want me to come help? I have my phone you can use.
Well, I think I got it now. Are you in Oakbank, Janice?
She said, I'm at Christine's.
Yeah. Well, I'm at the store. I don't know where Christine is at right now, but that
That's very thoughtful, Sheila. Or-
yes, no, Janice, that's wonderful. I'm just sorry, I'm distracted because I'm trying to not have this look so stupid. Okay, so now I think this is it. Let me just.
I think you got it. I think you got it.
Yeah, so let's straighten out.
And move it back a bit. I think that's absolutely perfect.
Okay, sorry everybody. Good
That's
gravy.
absolutely perfect. Janice, Sheila got it figured out. She lives, but Christine lives across from your store.
Oh, I had no idea. Oh, that's excellent.
You got it though now. This
Okay.
is Sheila.
All right, we're good. We're back. Let's get this baby finished.
And everybody's dry. If you're not dry, you're putting too much stuff on your canvas.
Good point. Good point. Okay, so where did we leave off here? I think we're gonna start
You just finished with the beads.
yeah. Okay, so we're done there, and I'm just going to these lights, these photographic lights are really
Well,
warm.
you also were just stressed out, so you're sweating.
I do have one question. So you just put the one piece of lace down?
Yeah, it's just it's just a piece. It's not meant to represent anything except texture and you know, that kind of thing. It's not to be anything in particular.
Okay, thanks.
Stop it. All right, so you can see the top, the bottom. Okay, so what we're going to do now is let me just get pulled my notes away here. Okay, so now this is where you're going to get your brown spray out, and this is where the magic is going to begin. Let's get going. Oh, you know what, sorry girls, quickly we have to cover this with gesso, and that'll just take a couple minutes. Just take out a paintbrush, anything you have there to let's see, just to add a little gesso. Okay, here we go. So all you want to do is just plaster it in there. It's just to cover up the beads because we need it to be able to adhere. The spray is going to stick to it. So that's all we're doing. And then give it a really good shot of heat, and we'll be ready. Even though these beads have holes in them, it doesn't matter, because once they fill up with all the different textures that you're adding, and then the sprays, and I'm adding gesso to the ribbon, the lace there, if you can see, and just pouncing it down, just getting it all in the crevices. Okay, that should be good. All right, that's enough of that gesso. And the lid's missing, there we go. Okay, so just give that a really good heating up, and then we're on to the next thing here. We got to get moving. Starting to look like something though, but you're going to see it come to life in just about 5 more minutes.
I think it looks incredible. I love this. I love this whitewash.
If you like the monochromatic look, there you are.
I love this whitewash. It's fabulous.
I have a lot of metals in the store, so this is a nice opportunity if you had any kind of leftover metals. Remember, you ever lose an earring and you got one earring left, you know, and it happens to be something quite unique. This is the kind of stuff that you add those pieces of jewelry. I've got a whole bunch of busted jewelry that I pick up here and there, or broken stuff of my own. So just make sure that gesso's really dry, girls. Or all this waiting would be for, it'll just dilute it. You can start shaking up your distress oxide spray, whatever. Some, you may have ground espresso, walnut stain, or use anything. If you have something in your stash that you want to use that too. Okay, it's gonna get quite messy. You're gonna maybe want some paper towels or just something to catch. I don't know what you're working on for a surface. But what we're gonna do now is, after this is shaken up, these are okay to shake up because they got the ball. Some of the micas you have to be careful because you'll screw up the nozzle. They can plug. So here we go. This is what I want you to do. I just want you to come in here and start spraying. Spray sides, back. Oh my goodness.
And what color are you using, Sheila?
I have ground espresso.
Oh, it's looking so cool.
So and then what you want to do is a baby wipe is handy right now. And you want to just sponge off, you see, take off some of that, and you see where everything's coming to life. All that sand that we used. And very carefully, you're going to want to spray your form as well. That was really different color. I like this color.
I love this color. This looks really good.
We'll be using a lot of different color here in a minute, but make sure you get your sides. Sometimes even taking a paintbrush just to run it along. If you are spraying everywhere, this is a good place that you could be using your pizza box that we gave you as a shield. A splat box, as they call it. Just make sure you've got everything all the way around. And then blot out anywhere that you see how the texture changes if you leave the dark in there versus if you blot it off. You'll see you can see a little bit more of the sand has a neat effect. Okay, so just give that a little bit of a dry. and then we're gonna move into adding some of our ink, our paint. So you'll need that ready. Just make sure you don't have any bald spots. This here is where some of my paste is wet underneath, so that's what's going to happen there. I touched it and it's got a little bit of that white modeling paste. I just want to make sure it's dry. So don't rush, just get it dry. Some parts will be shiny, some will be dull.
You too, Sheila. Don't worry if we go over.
What's that?
You too. Don't worry if we go over. That's all good. We had technical difficulties, so.
Well, that wasn't the plan. Okay, so just blotting off here and there and everywhere. Get it nice and dry because we're going to move into adding some paint. Or if you don't want to paint it and you have the patina ink, you could also use the patina ink and just drag that along the edges. Or broken glass or any color like that, that might be an aqua type blue. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna lift this up because it's okay. Keep drawing. Okay. Okay, so if you can touch it and it's not really coming off in your hands, heaven forbid, I look like, I don't know what happened here. Okay, so just taking some of that off. Okay, what we want to do now is you want to take your paint. If you don't want to use a paint brush, you can use an ink if you have a patina type ink, because this is where we have to add a splash of color to all of this. So if you have, you know, your distress inks and you have a patina color that they have, you can use one of those. Broken China is a nice one, a little bluer, maybe. Yeah, this one's too. Okay, so what I'm going to do is get make sure you have quite a dry brush, nothing too, you don't want it too wet. And all I'm going to do is get a little bit of that paint, tap it off here. Just, I'm loading up my bristles, but it's not wet. I don't want it to be wet. And all I'm going to do is just kind of come in here and give it a brush. Again, make sure it's dry though. I'm still having some wet spots. If it's shiny in places and you're fearing that it's not dry, and you don't want your bristles to be too loaded either. So I'm just dragging this along, adding a little bit of a patina. Nothing, it's really hard to see on camera, but it actually is adding a nice color here. And the good thing is if you think, oh, I might have added too much, or I don't want as much, we can come back in and give it a little bit more brown, but it's really just a soft aqua type color that we're adding, and not a lot. Stamp it off. And it's just drag here and there. Hang on, sorry, I'm not in the. When you see yours, it's probably going to look a little more evident. You probably aren't seeing mine too much, but can you see a little bit of that color changing?
Oh, totally.
It's definitely bright here, and we're just doing the frame.
I can totally see it.
Yeah, we're just dry brush a little bit here, there. You're not trying to paint it, you're just accentuating. It's been sitting out, you know, it's one of those old walls, and it's turned that beautiful patina green over time. The brick is old. Like you really don't need a lot of product for a lot of these pieces that you're doing. You can see where you're using like what, a tiny squirt of paint. So just, and if you see something that you don't like, this is where a baby wipe comes in. And like, I don't like streak lines. So I'm just, you know, you can even, this is fun, even just dab it on. I don't like streak lines. So often I'll use saran wrap or scrunched up baggie or something. And that just, the idea here is to add, not to take off. So it goes on quite heavy, as you can see. And then I'm just going to dab, dab, dab. Okay, so I've got all my corners, all my edges, all of my frame. I hope that you can kind of see that happening little by little. We're getting there. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the paint.
Carla is online and she just said, looks gorgeous. She just
Who's online, sorry?
Carla Youngworth, one of the ladies who works with us. She just popped
Oh.
online and she's just like, looks gorgeous.
Thanks, Carla. Give it a good heat again, because this is where we're just going to keep adding some color, and you don't want. Because this is a thin coating, it's not going to be excessively wet. Again, dab it off. Dab it off if you're not liking what you're seeing. Okay, next we are going to take our, we have our, no, we're not using that one. What do we have? We have this one, Salvage Patina Stain. Give that a good shake. You can shake this one really well because again, there is no ball and there's no mica or anything like that to get in the way. Okay, and then we are going to, we're going to come back in here and we're going to give this a little bit of, just a second here. We're going to add a little bit more green on the inside a bit, and then a little bit more brown just to get it where we want. I really like my corners to be dark and accentuated, and you'll need a little bit of water in a bottle if you have, that you can spray with, because when we add the stains, wow, these are child-proof containers. There we go. My goodness. So what we're going to do is we're just going to give it a little zhut here and there. And then we're going to add a little bit of water. And we're going to just let some of that run. I'm switching to my brown again. Started loading it up, adding a little bit of water and let it run. See, there it goes. It's running and you can dab off. This is where the baby wipes come in. Now, if that's obviously taken off a lot because of the water, I'm just going to add it back a little bit. Okay. Oops. Second here. Again, dry it. And then we're going to get our inks out. And if there's anywhere here that you think, you know, you still need a little bit more, a little shot of this, it's just play with it. Okay. I'm going to give that a dry, and then we're going to be inking the edge next. So you're going to need your walnut ink cube. I like the tones. I know it's hard to see on air, but there's a little bit more.
It looks incredible. Marilyn and Carol just said if you could slow down just for a second for them to where you're at.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dry. That's all I'm gonna do now.
Okay.
Can you quickly go what you did in the center there and what color, Sheila?
Sheila,
Yes?
when you have a second there, someone just asked if you could just go again, talk again about the colors that you use, like the different spray.
Okay, so you all would have gotten the salvage patina, and then you would have gotten a brown, either espresso or ground espresso or the walnut, like we're using for the ink. So we sprayed it with the walnut and you let it all flow, and then dab it off in any areas that I like some, you see on here, there's some really dark stuff and then some really white stuff. This is nice to just dab off with a baby wipe, but if at any time, like if you're going like this and you're like, oh, that just ruined it, I need a little more, I want to put it back again, just go back in there, touch it up, and it's just layering the sprays. So I really like this patina. And we're going to go over these raised edges after and do something to accentuate them again. But spray it with the brown, dry it. Go in with your paint, paint it. Or we sprayed it with brown already, then we painted it. And then we are now adding back some, I really concentrated my brown in the corners. I let it run. I really like that. And then I thought, you know what? I need a little bit more green on the inside again. So I came back in with the patina and I sprayed that. And it's really here, there, and everywhere, where whatever feels good to get that color sort of transferred into the middle. I know the lights are making it kind of hard to see, but you see
fantastic. Yeah.
all the different layers are starting to come to life. All those, that stencil, I love that stencil for the beadwork that it added. I didn't get to use that one last time, so I really like that. You've got those really bumpity bits from the sand. You've got the beautiful stencil of the brickwork happening, and some on the sides and back. When she goes in and she's going to have her dress here, it's really going to be pretty. Like it's so that's all you're doing is just, if you dab something off and you're like, ugh, like I don't know what's happening here, I must have got that wet and I don't like that. So I'm just going to probably I think I might just take some ink and see if I can ink that up for me personally. Yeah, I'm just going to squish some ink in there. Not sure what happened on my lace, what I did there. Maybe I prematurely sprayed everything before my glossy accents were dry. And you'll notice it'll change colors tomorrow. Once all of this sets and dries, even though you think it's dry now, once it sets up and everything, it's going to look really different again tomorrow. Not like black and white different, but you'll see how some things are really accentuated differently, and the colors will pop a little nicer. So just keep drying while we're waiting for everybody else. You can never say, like, this is a perfect time if you had some mica, you know, that mica powder that explodes when you add water to it. That is really great to put in there to add that heaviness of depth. I don't think I have any here to show you. See, I've got a bit of a copper here. Let's just play and see. So I'm going to put a little bit in there and a little bit in here, and it's supposed to react with water. I haven't played too much with it, so let's you see how it just kind of explodes?
Oh yeah, cool.
So you've got it exploding, but this is it's a bit bright for maybe what I want, or it's not. It depends on, but I don't have any deeper one on me at the moment, but it is nice to kind of, I think there's a product by a brand called Lindy that I think I'm going to really look at bringing that into the store. I'm really liking a lot of their products. They have a lot of things called magicals, and you salt and pepper them on and then hit them with water and they just kind of explode in multitudes of color. So it's like, again, it's all about just trying. Don't worry about failure. Give it a go. It's nothing you can't fix with a little bit of spray over top.
Tara L said, yes, please. She loves Lindy's. Yes, we love Lindy's too. Lots of it. There's the thing with theirs is there's that when you add the water, it's just a whole bunch of different colors. It's actually
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I was watching a few things about it and I thought, oh man, I really like that. I got some really bright. My playing is costing me a little bit of a, looks like it's someone's shining a light there. that's okay. I'm gonna tone it down here a little bit.
So Sheila, I'm a couple steps behind. I was wondering, so you added the brown and then you added the green paint next?
Yeah, once you spray everything brown,
Yeah.
and if it's really heavy in places, just blot a little bit off, paper towel or a baby wipe, because you want some highs and lows, some darks and lighter bits. Then I took the paint and then I brushed here, there, and everywhere, wherever I wanted to accentuate on the sides. It's hard to see there, but
Yeah.
if you can kind of catch it. So
Yep.
I went everywhere, all
Cool.
the way around. So just take you just and dab it off here, like put a little puddle on your palette here, and then just dab it off and let it work for you there. I'm gonna have to touch up mine too, because I went
Okay.
and spritzed it.
And that's it. Then I'll be caught up. It's like, because I felt you like you did another layer, but I think you were going back and forth then. Was
That's
that-
right.
Yeah.
Like anywhere that you're not happy and you want a little more, you just layer it, dry
Yeah.
it, layer it again. That's all that it is.
Cool.
You
Thank
might get it right off the hop and on the first try and really like it, or you go back and then you think, oh man, now I messed it up, and it's not messed up. You just want to just keep touching it up.
Awesome. Thank you.
It really does look amazing.
It's really cool. Like, and it's just like at first, like I said, you look at it and it's just overwhelming to think, okay, how am I going to do that? Where do I start? But it's just, step by step, you really get the hang of it, and it's just adding textures and layers and textures and layers.
Yeah, I had to run back and forth because I need a new washing machine. Lucky me.
Oh dear.
It could have been worse. It just stopped working. It's not like I have a leak or anything, but it's still a pain.
It is a pain. I just got a new one the other day too.
Washing machine?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we won't be able to get it till Monday because the people we need to deal with aren't around, but yeah, it's still a pain in the butt.
I'm just finding something in my stash to deepen this copper a bit. And it's quite runny. And I'm just driving it back into the corner here. You see how runny that is?
Does one like that take longer to dry because it's a bit runny, or?
Well, this is actually a solvent-based product I have. I'm just trying to, I was playing with those little mica sprays and they're a little brighter than I want. So I take a little bit of this solvent product, and I'm just going to let it run around the beads like that. So if, say you had an ink refill, you could do that with your ink refill. If you had a nice dark rich ink refill, you could drop a little bit in there and it would have the same effect. It would just sort of ride around on those beads, and just it'll dry quickly too, because it is solvent and you don't need a lot. This jar is like 5 years old and it's still full. So I'm just trying to get it to run a little bit there. I just didn't want that copper blaring at me because I was kind of showing how it worked, and then it ended up being a little bit brighter than I wanted. But now I'm satisfied. I've deepened the look, and yet it's still got, you see that? I'm still not happy with this guy. I don't know what happened here. It looks moldy. To me.
Actually, it's funny because it looks good to me. Like I like it, but it's just not, your eyes are not liking it.
No, it's really, really bugging me. So I'm gonna go in here and just add some. I bet you what happened was I touched the paste. There was a pool of paste underneath, and I hadn't dried in all my kerfuffle here. Didn't realize I had
add your tree over it.
Yeah. Those branches there.
Or a butterfly.
I love working with waxes too, girls. If you ever have a chance and you wanted to accentuate any of this work, and you take those beautiful waxes like these here, they come in different colors, gold, brass, and you play with them. And the idea here is to get them to highlight the high parts. So it just trying to see. I'm not sure where the camera is on this dang thing, but yeah, I'm just fooling around here. But it's really nice to put, and it's just got gold. This is gold. There's brass. There's all kinds of color. Oh, we could have a blast, girls.
Okay, just a question. I just finished drying my whole thing here. I got all the beads, everything's in. Now I spray it with the ground espresso, right?
Yeah, you've got so everything is white, right? Everything's white right now.
Oh,
Now you're gonna move to spraying it brown. You're gonna spray, and then dry it, and then paint your green patina on, and then see how it looks. If you want to give it a couple of sprays of patina to brighten some areas up on the inside that you think might need a little, like I can just give this a little shot here.
Okay.
And
awesome. Thank you.
yeah, just play. Don't be afraid to play. Nobody knows what it's supposed to look like.
That is true.
And the idea and the whole thing is, as long as you dry between layers, you can keep adding and adding and adding. And that's, like I always say, the problem with mixed media. By the time we're said and done, you got to walk away at some point and say, okay, that's it. Unlike a card or a scrapbook page, I mean, you can overdo those too, right? You can add too many embellishments, or the card can become cluttered looking or something. But mixed media, because it's all about textures, it's just so fun to layer and layer. I'm sure you're sick of me saying it already, but that's all it is. So I think this is we're gonna brush the edges with the ink. If you have a applicator that you like to use, whether it's a Tim Holtz pad with a little dauber on the end, or you have a brush that you use, like a makeup brush, we're going to use something like that to deepen the edges. This is where it's really going to help pop. I'll show you what I mean. So these are, the one of the first dauber style. They now have the dome kind that go on, or a lot of people are into the makeup brush style of these. So because it's mixed media and I use this for other blending papers, I'm going to use this because I can rip the pad off, change it, and not worry that I've destroyed a really nice brush. So then I'm just going to apply my ink, and I'm just going to come in here and start touching it up. Sometimes it's even easier on larger projects to just run your ink along here. I'm finding that this one isn't quite as dark as or maybe, you know what it is, my piece isn't dry yet. I have to add a little bit more heat because it's actually rubbing it off. One of my favorite colors is patina. I think I patina everything. Or I mean, sepia. Sepia is my favorite color. That old vintage photo-y brown. So just on the edge, You're going to run, if you have an ink that you like, I have my rusty old or trusty old ink pad here. It's quite bright, so maybe, you know, if you have something a little darker, just experiment, see which one looks better. So you can definitely use this. You see how it's going to, I find actually it easier just to run my ink pad over it. And then what starts to happen is it really frames it. You could use black if you felt that black might, let's give the black a try, see how that looks. Try this. Got all these inks kicking around that are drying out. Yeah, a lot of these are old. So whatever ink you want to use, see, this is kind of the brushed. You could use this to blend it a bit if you wanted. I tend to kind of like dragging my ink pad along. And it just takes the edges and gives them a nice punch and definition. If you think it's a bit harsh, you can definitely use your dauber. Here I'm set it just on the edge. I'm now blending it in. So you can see how you get that nice heaviness to it. Whatever ink works for you. We've sent the walnut for you, but sometimes people have their favorites. The walnut might provide enough of what you are looking for, and sometimes you have we all have our favorite brands, our favorite colors. One of my favorite inks, I think, are so good are the Versafine Clair. I really like the performance of them. They've come out with 12 new colors just late last year, and it's just so pretty. And they have a punch to them, like they're not dry. I mean, they will dry out like anything, but you see how there's a nice smoky edge happening here. And if you find that's a bit much, then drag it down if it's a little harsh. Again, nothing that can't be fixed. Make sure you have a look at your other edges here. All right. So if you're happy with your inking, if you don't want to ink, you don't have to ink. You can ink later. It's one of the last things that you can do if you want. But we got all kinds of things happening here, and we got to get to the dress, and then we're on the home stretch. I like the way that this is a little bit brighter and lighter for me. I don't know if you can see that, but what you can do is once this is dry, you can take any leftover gesso and very carefully dry brush I'll show you. I'll do it on mine. It's not necessary, but again, it's about accentuation, and if that works for you. We're going to start working with the cheesecloth and get our doll dressed. Okay. So what I'm talking about is if you have, I use this one here. So dry brushing really works on a really like a stubbly brush. You want, oh, are we feedbacking here? Hang on.
I'm not sure why that happened all of a sudden.
Yeah, there, that's okay, right?
Yeah, back to normal.
Something must have hit the So what I'm going to do here, I just tried to pull that back a bit, is I'm going to go back in and get some of that leftover gesso. If I can find what I did with it. Here we go. And I'm off to the side here. You're going to just take some of this out and you're going to pounce it into your brush, and you don't want it to be wet. Like when I'm painting, that's too much. You want to get it so that it's just really dry. But all it's going to do is add a little bit of color. And then what you're going to do is you're very gently going to come in here and you're just going to accentuate any high areas in here. I'm still running a bit damp, so I'm not going to be able to do it this second. This is actually still damp for me. So either my heat iron is not as hot as I thought, but all it does, just like I was showing you with the waxes, that might even be safer, is just to drag it along the top. And it helps just to pop those pieces out a little bit more. I don't like the way that I've mucked this up a bit, so I'm just going to give that a little spritz and a little dab, and then I'll be happy. Yeah, this tends to be a little bit damp yet. So I'm going to put this off to the side, and I hope you can kind of see. It's really hard in these lights, unfortunately. I'm going to turn this other one on and see if it helps. Don't know if that made any difference, but you've got textures, you've got color, you've got
I think it's stunning. I think it's stunning.
All kinds of layers. And we're going to put that off to the side because now we got to get the, oh shoot, you know what we got to do? We got to spray our tree with our brown, since we're already making a mess. Let's just spray our tree with the brown as well. So take your brown spray. I'm going to put some paper towel under there again. And we certainly don't want a super white tree. So just spray it up, get a little close so you're definitely getting on top of it. Otherwise it'll spray everywhere except on the tree. And then we're going to just let that dry. If you spray it once and you find that it's not everywhere it should be, you can let it dry a bit off to the side, and we will come back, and you see how there's a little bit, you want to make sure you kind of get in all the areas. That's why the spray is nice. And you can certainly touch it up with a paintbrush once you've mounted it as well. Because when we go to put that on our tree, or the tree on our frame, we don't want you know, we want it to be nice and brown and touched up, and we could add all kinds of things to it. Oh my goodness, I'm running out of space to put things. Okay, that being said, now, holy moly, give this a wipe down. We're going to work with our cheesecloth now, and you'll need your sprays, and this is where you're going to need your pink, and you're going to need your brown and your patina, and we're going to start making her dress. And in making her dress, we're going to add color here, there. If you like, you want to, if say you like a purple dress, you can use a purple spray to mix in. There's no right or wrong. You're just going to bring out your cheesecloth, and she's already been busy getting dirty sitting here. But we're going to be cutting this into strips. Really looks like a dog's breakfast when you start, and then don't be afraid if you have color at home in your stash, you know, add that color too, whatever. Obviously we're going to stick with colors we have here, so just going to give it a little bit of brown, and you can move it around. Play with it. Then you're going to come in and you're going to give it a little more. And it's just, they're all going to run together. It's kind of going to look like at first. But you can see, you know, as you're going to put her gown on, you see how those colors are starting to look like the pieces of her dress that I did before. I got all these brand new ones here. I don't want to open. Where is all my stuff? Okay. How's everybody doing? Good? Trying to catch up, right?
Melita's shaking. She's
Oh, yeah?
shaking. She's shaking her sprays.
Shake. Okay.
And Marilyn and Carol are just working over there like busy beavers. I can see them.
I love this color.
Tara's not even looking at the screen. She's focused.
Oh, wow.
Irene's getting a good look. It looks fabulous.
So just mush it around, play with it. See if you have any dead spots or white spots. Add what, you know, if I mean, the brown needs to be there for depth, I think, but if you need a little more zhuzhing with any other color, go right ahead. What the heck do I have here? I don't want to open that.
Well, could you tell us the colors you're using when you spray them?
Yeah, it's the ones in your kit, the salvaged patina.
Okay.
I had ground espresso, but some of you may have the walnut. And we all have the winterberry, and this has got the mica in it. That's why it's kind of got a nice sheen to it. So, you know, I really like the pink. And if you overdo it, then you come back in and touch it up with a little more green. And remember, like, as we're going to cut this up and string it together for her gown, just kind of play with it like this and say, okay, what do I like? Do I need a little, you know, I think I need a little more shot of the teal for me, or the patina color.
Awesome. Thank you.
I don't want her dress to be too drabby, not too candy flossy, but I think this, you know, if I'm kind of looking at it, whoop, my hands are so dry, it's sticking to me. But if I'm kind of looking at it, when I'm looking on the screen at what maybe you're seeing, it just looks like a dog's breakfast, but it actually is quite pretty in person. Just with these lights, so just hit it up here and there. And just remember, when you start to dress her, you know, pick the section that's going to be the prettiest across her top and around her waist, and then everything else will come together. I think that's enough for me. I don't want to, I think I have enough brown, and here, it's enough. And here I am spraying. A little more punch with the pink. Okay. I'll let you guys catch up for a second. I'm gonna go do a serious hand wash here.
I was trying to talk earlier, my mic wasn't working, but my dogs have fallen asleep listening to the voices.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah. Well, 10 minutes ago, I have a puppy and he was sprawled on his back. His bed is under my desk and he was legs in the air.
Aww,
Yeah, he's kind of needy. He follows me everywhere.
I
So,
love it. I love it.
yeah, I have 2 little chihuahuas.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm surprised they're not barking away.
No, nobody's here. The Amazon guy came earlier.
I have 2 little winter dogs, so my dogs are horrible. They just bark at if the wind
Yeah,
slightly,
yeah.
you don't
My-
know if they're hiding under a blanket and they start barking.
Well, my puppy has figured out, like, just finally noticed that there's a mirror in my bedroom and the shadows at night. Like, if I have my light on from my Kindle and it'll make a move and he starts barking, he freaks out, and then trying to calm him down is not easy. But he's scared of that. So he's starting to become a little bit more, what's the word? A little bit more, he's trying to take on a few more things and not be so scared. But my other dog, he's 4, and Ralphie's like, he'll be a year in April. So
Aw,
yeah, so
I love it.
yeah, they get kind of annoyed because mom's in the craft room, so that means no pets. So
But they sense your energy.
again.
They sense your energy, so they're all relaxed.
Yeah, but
Snuggling
then
for
they'll come
nap.
to me. They'll come to me when they start feeling needy and they'll want me to come and cuddle on the couch, and I'm not doing it. So then I get the looks. So then I have to give them treats.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So, okay. Can we do
How's everybody
still
doing?
some of that? Can we still do that walnut stain like after all the other parts are done? Like mine's still pretty wet
The walnut stain as in the trim?
on the edges. Yeah. Can we
Oh,
do it after
absolutely.
still?
That can be done as a
Okay.
very last thing.
Yeah. I
You
had to
don't have
redo my tree.
You have to redo your tree?
I had to because I did it the short way.
Oh, okay.
It's drying. It looks, I think it's okay now. Where did it go? Oh, it's over here.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, whew, I'm using vinegar to clean, and I just gotta feel like I just downed a whole bag of potato chips. So I don't know if you can kind of see that. But it's like I said, it doesn't look too appetizing, but it will. Oh, here I got a naked spot. Okay, so all else fails, add more pink. Okay. So anyway, now that we're done all that, we're going to bring our little lady in. So the idea here is we're going to start to dress her, and you're going to find, any piece of this that suits you. If you want her to have a little bit more of the green on her, you want to find a piece that's a little bit more pink on her, like that looks kind of cool. So this is where you're going to use your liquid glue, and you're going to have your scissors handy, and you're just going to, we're going to start to play with the snippets. This doesn't take too long. So just cut yourself off a piece. And there's no special way to cut this. You're just going to play with it so that you find the part that you like the most. I kind of like this crisscrossy look on her here with the pink going down the center, and I'm gonna add a little glue to the back. Let's see, here is this. Hey. Okay, so I'm going to just add a little glue. That came out really quickly. It's all geared up and ready. And just begin to, remember, nobody's going to see behind her because she's going to be going on your canvas. And then find the part that you like the most, be it the teal, like the patina, I mean, or the pink. I'm gonna go for a little more pink on this one. And this will start to form part of her dress. We can cut that shorter if we're finding that a bit much. You know, maybe we'll take a little bit more off. And so I'm gonna put a little bit of glue in the center at the crisscross point to hold her still. And you can pinch that, so, you know, dress her up pretty, that she has this pretty gown on. That's part one. And then, you know, are we going to come in with, let's find a piece here. Just pull it around, see what piece works best for you. Because there's so many colors. Okay, so don't like that piece. Need something with just a little more strength to it here. Good gravy. Who knew dressing a mannequin would be so difficult? There, I like that better. So how's everybody doing? Are you dressing too? Back to this one. Okay, let's go with it. Just because the top is where we see her, the most part of her. I want it to be quite pretty.
Linda just asked online if we take the back of the girl off.
The back of the girl?
Yeah, I think Linda, were you here at the very beginning when we created the paper mache of the girl?
Some of you have like the paper mache hollow form like this, and some of you are going to have like you want to you would have gotten the hard one, and then you kind of fake paper mache just to speed it up. This hard plastic one. Which one do you have?
So she must have the full one. So
Yeah,
she's,
and you don't.
oh
you
yeah,
don't have to remove anything.
okay, there you go, Linda. Don't remove anything.
Yeah, you don't have to take anything off. Okay. Just trying to get a consistency here. I know I'm being really finicky, but once she's dressed, and that's it. No going back. Okay, so add a little bit of glue here. Add the piece. And then pull it up, pull it apart so it sits nice across her chest. Goodness. There we go. Make sure that's glued down. She will, of course, be glued down completely onto the canvas in a minute. Any stray little hairs you can get rid of after, trim them off. I'm going to add a little glue to the cross piece here. Oh, there we go. Okay, and then just cut that loose. Make her dress as long as you like. You can always trim it. I think this is a bit much because when she's going to be in there, I think that's more to my liking. And then just take more pieces of just cut yourself some more pieces and then keep stretching them out. Take different colors, different accents. It's almost like her dress reminded me like of, it's made like from bandanas, you know, when you take a bandana and kind of turn it sideways, and or flags. I don't know what I'm trying to get at, but just when I was working with it, I thought that's what, because they're jagged on the ends. So just play, spread it out, see what works.
Well, we know we all like to play with Barbies, so here we go. Dressing our Barbies.
It's Barbie time.
It's playtime, girls.
So all of these will be able to be spread out. Just going to keep filling in her skirt. We're going to put a belt around her shortly, so it'll all come together. And do some longer pieces, some shorter pieces, so you get that kind of ruffle. Don't let them be like little sausage roll things here. You want to spread them out a bit. Real ragtag dress here. Make sure you save a piece for her waistband. Going to add a few more pieces here. I'm just going to keep using up. I've got a piece set aside here I think will be for her waist. I'll spread that out. But I'm just going to use up what I've made and fill it, keep filling in the skirt. So it's nice and floofy. Once you got it on there, if you see kind of a boring spot, or like I said, you're gonna, once she's mounted on there and dry, you're gonna be able to spread her dress out quite nicely. Gonna add a little bit more right under here. And you won't even see her once the dress is all fluffed out. Right now it's damp because of the sprays, but we'll definitely be able to fluff it out after all is said and done. Oh my goodness, I pulled part of my dress off. Stand up here for a second. Just giving it a bit of a trim to make it uniform. And then later we'll spread all those out so they'll be nice and fluffy and not just sort of strung together the way they are at the moment. But we need that to be dry to do that. So any extra, just throw it in, keep adding layers until you're satisfied with what you see. My hands are so stuck up with glues and stuff right now. I can't even unravel it. Okay, so that's that. I'm going to come in here and make my nice waistband. I'm going to thicken it up a little bit. And make sure everything is going to be underneath. Add a little charm there, a flower, a bow. Make sure her thing is covered nicely, laying down nicely, and then just wrap that around. Like I said, once that's dry, I highly recommend fluffing those out. Right now, they're kind of curling into each other because they're wet and I'm pulling on them, but it'll look really pretty once you fluff it out. Okay. Like her little dress. Her little cummerbund. Oh, so sticky. I just keep pulling everything. Okay. If you flatten her hips on the, push her down a little bit more, her dress, like keep her waist tight, but you can, you know, spread the bottom out a little bit more. If you're using the paper one and you find it's a little narrow. And you can go back and you can add like stickles, sparkles, and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna set her aside for a second. Let her dry. Okay, and then we're going to get our ink pad out, our black one that you would have got in your kit, or anyone if you have, if you don't want to open that one. And we're going to stamp on our frame, and then we're going to put it together. All right. Okay, so we're back with our frame. We're going to get our stamp pad out. And really, I think the words do have a right way and a wrong way, but not that anyone's going to be coming up and reading it per se. But you just want to ink up your stamp, and you can do a stamp off and a stamp on, meaning I just mean hit it once and then hit the negative. So you're just going to take it and you're really just going to press a section on so you get a look like that. You're going to press again, get a look like that. Maybe got a little bit more here. Just use up your ink and ink it again, and just keep moving around. If you have, like I said, another ink or another stamp pad that you would like to use because it's unique, definitely do that. Add some on here. Lift it off. You get a little bit of wording happening there and around. Don't forget your sides. You definitely want to be inking up the sides and putting some thing there. And nobody's looking to read it. It's just for interest. If you have anything else, I don't even know where my stamps are right now. My whole area got rearranged and I'm still discovering where everything went. Oh, those are dies. Yes. Oh, there we go. Here's some old, I don't know if they're accounting like stamps. I'm gonna try, I don't think I've ever used this one. This looks kind of cool. I'll put it right here. Oh. And so it doesn't matter what the stamp is, use anything that you have. Just have some fun inking, whether it's dark, light, different parts of it, crooked. Just don't forget all the sides. I'm just, my stamp is hanging over the edge and it's just allowing me to do some bits on there. Maybe I'll bring my words back in. I love those words. Ink up a little bit there. Slap it on. It's supposed to look like it's been around. Poor Jackie. She's probably left us, had it.
No, never. I'm loving this. It's a beautiful project.
If you had little postmarks, you could do those. They can overlap, you know. That's all I'm doing. Having a little play. Don't even use a stamping block. You want it to be something in your hand that you can manage because you don't have a big space. So guys, looks like he's been to the post office and
I have a question.
yeah.
What is this from the kit?
I can't.
There was this, it was just a bag.
Oh,
with
that was your
something in
heat. That was your heat pack.
My what?
Your heat pack. It was wrapped in paper when it was packed, and it gets really hot and stayed hot for 96 hours while your kit traveled.
Oh,
Yeah, so
very
it's
cool.
totally garbage.
Okay.
It's a one-time use.
I had no idea what it was. Okay, cool. Yes, coming from cold Manitoba to cold Edmonton.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. And a lot of
Yeah.
things, of course, they need to stay dry and warm.
Yeah.
And
That's very thoughtful. So thank you.
well, it'd be a total waste to have anything ruined. It's important. I don't know, how's everybody doing? It's coming together? Add as much, add as little, don't add any, whatever you want. It's your art, your piece. Play with stuff you have. Before I stick her down and floof out her skirt, I'm going to bring back my tree. So a lot of that stamping, you know, you might not even see it now, and that's okay because it's just all part of the journey and the project. This espresso has a very unique gray brown tone to it. So for me, it's got some really bizarre different texture, like tones to it. I don't know if you can see it there, but it looks really different than my other one, which is fine. It's really cool, actually, the way that the espresso spray is just has a different base than, say, the other one I used last time. So ladies, you're gonna flip this over. You're going to apply your glue, your favorite glue, liquid glue. I wouldn't, I wouldn't, what am I trying to say? Use a hot glue to put it on. I just find you know, just in experience of seeing other artwork that sometimes it can just click off, like it'll snap off. This is art glitter glue. It's excellent. You might have Barely Art, Aleene's, anything like that with a hot glue, like a good craft glue. In mixed media, we have an actual heavy body gel, it's called, and it would be perfect for this kind of thing. It takes a long time to dry, where this one does not. Art glitter glue, my poor well worn out bottle. Art glitter glue dries very quickly, which is good. So you want to get her in place. Maybe, just maybe, you want to put something a little heavy on her so she catches everywhere. It's still a bit damp. I don't think my hands will ever be the same again. But can you start to see there's a little bit of glue there, but that'll dry transparent and not be a problem. So just slide it wherever you think you want it to be. I've applied the glue to the tree and not to the base, because there's see-through pieces, you know, don't necessarily need glue peeping through everywhere, but she's kind of wet to touch. Just to tie this down just a little bit better. Okay. If you wanted to, on your doll, you could take, she's quite white, and I would have liked to have maybe sprayed her a little bit. So I'm just going to put a little bit on a paper towel and just color her skin a little bit. It just looks a little more natural and not so white. And just do it gently. You could, oops. And it just accentuates it and underneath there, so it looks, I think it just looks a little nicer on her. And when my hands are clean, I'm going to uncoil all of these and spread them out. Right now they look like dreadlocks, and she was caught in a windstorm because they're all tangled. Give it a trim where necessary. If you find it looks a little too white in here, I'm just going to off on the side here, I'm going to darken her body up a little bit, so then it doesn't look so obvious. If the dress parts, it'll look a little more camouflaged. So I'll definitely fill out her skirt a little more yet. Place her wherever you like. If you have more cheesecloth and you want to add more strips, I would obviously do it before the belt goes on. It's not hard to take the belt off if you wanted to add more. Just gonna let this kind of dry. And pretty much done. We're just going to glue her down, and then you can take embellishments. Like I said, these might be a bit bright. I find that they're going to be a bit bright, so I might tone them down a little bit if I was to use these. Or you could add some flowers. For her waist, we could always add one of these, and I would add, her dress looks really not as floofy as I want right now. And that's just, like I said, because my hands are wet, the cheesecloth is still wet, so it's spiraling into each other. I would take some pretty twine, any kind that you have. Just trying to find a piece here. You could make a bow. You could wrap part of it around her bodice. I don't think I'm going to be able to use my fingers ever again. They are so loaded with product. Where's everybody at? Are you, maybe I'll do another one. Ooh, that's already wanting to stick. Not sure what I want here. Maybe I will tie it in half and then make my bow. I'm not able to get this knot. I hope I didn't cook my phone.
Yes, I hope you didn't either.
That was weird. I was wondering, like, how is it giving me a notice? Because I had all my notifications off and it's going boop, 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 boop. I'm like, oh my gosh.
It was saying, now I am going to turn off.
Yeah, and then before I could realize what the heck was happening. Okay, so I'm gonna try this little funny little bow, and kind of a big bow, a little bow. And then I'm going to take this and pop it in the center. Now I'm just applying some adhesive to parts of her that are going to be touching the canvas and make my decision where she is going. Now you can, oops, you can put her anywhere you like. I think kind of in the center. Again, she's got to dry. Everything's a little damp and wet and should sit overnight before I'm going to fluff out her dress and make it all fluffy, which will look perfect.
Sheila, could I ask you what the brand of the gesso you sent us? I have Bob Ross and it's super thin, where yours is so lovely.
Oh, this is the Dina Wakley gesso.
Okay.
It was, let's see here. Yeah, the other one I had last time was way too thick. This is, where are you here? White gesso, and I'm sure it's Dina Wakley.
Okay. I order
yeah.
that from you then, because
Yeah, it sells for about $11.50 a jar,
okay.
Which is pretty good, and it's not like one of the most expensive brands out there, that's for sure. But it's I really liked how creamy it was.
I will order it in the spring when the weather is a little bit kinder to the male.
Yes, no kidding.
It was fabulous gesso, the most nicest I've ever worked with.
Yeah, that was it was, I did like that one too, because I had used I think a little birdie gesso, and it was so thick. Oh my gosh, I couldn't I felt like I was trying to like move, I don't know what, or I needed to add water, but that's not what I wanted to do. So we're like, this is it, girls. This is pretty much it here. You are more than welcome to take, just looking for some stickles. If you had some pretty, translucent, this one is the Stardust. You could add just a little hint to her gown. It'll dry translucent, but add a little bit of sparkle to it when I get it moving. I would, like I said, go back and add some foliage, some leaves, even if you took these flowers and put them in there. See here. Yeah, so see, you could just add a little bit of sparkle so that she's got some glam. You could, if you have any pearls left, you could make her a string of pearls and put some, jazz her up a little bit. Flower is not sticking. Come on, there we go. She's gonna have to sit here tonight, and I'll be back. But yeah, just everyone's got some stickles. You can use colored, you can use translucent. This is called frosted lace, and you can just dab it on, and then once it dries, all you'll see is the little fun sparkles. Every girl likes sparkles. There, so I just tucked it down. You can add a little to the flower or leave it alone, some to her belt. And is she crooked? I don't want her to be drying crooked. So really, it's best to let it sit the night, come back tomorrow, see what else you might want to do. Maybe, like I said, you're going to take these flowers and you can, pop some in the trees. I'll just pop a couple on here just to see, what does that look like? Is it something that we think is going to look a little weird? Maybe we need some, some deep colored leaves, some foliage or something. So, I mean, there's the possibilities endless, girls. And it's, I hope that you enjoyed the journey, and I hope that you learned some things, and I'm definitely here to ask away anything, any questions, anything that maybe, I know, it's hard often to keep up, but we wanted to kind of keep it on track and A lot of people, it's you know, have other plans, and it's just a hard time to sit sometimes longer than a 3-hour show. So what were we at here? 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 4 hours we spent together today.
I think
And
it's awesome. I absolutely love it. I think it turned out beautiful.
yeah, tomorrow, excuse me, I'll come back. I'll fluff out her skirt so it looks a little fuller. Like I said, look at my hands. You know, a good time was had when they look like
Show us
this.
the other one too. Like, could you put the other one in there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, no two are alike.
No, they'll never look alike.
Yeah.
See how I put sparkles in her dress here, and you fluff this out. She'll be fluffed out. You can see the sparkles. I'm going to put some sparkles in her gown as well.
I love it. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and they're just, you know, I like both trees, but I think I like my new tree better than this tree, especially because it casts off the edge. It's hard to appreciate the trees side by side, but you can see what I mean.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know if
Sheila,
yeah.
Because I used a hot glue gun, and when I spray it with the walnut,
Yeah.
it really looks muddy, cloudy.
Did you paint it with gesso?
Oh yeah.
Okay. You might want, if are you using the ground espresso?
I got the walnut.
Okay. It could just be the undertones of the walnut coloring palette. So what I would do is, if that color is not punchy enough, or, you know, it's giving you like, I don't think you want it to be like it's coming out a bit gray. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's got a grayish tinge too.
Yeah.
So I don't.
What color were your glue sticks clear? Because I know sometimes different glue sticks have a different shade to them. But I mean, if you gesso them, it shouldn't matter.
Mine's
Yeah,
a
once they
super
dry,
hot
it shouldn't.
that you don't want to touch the glue, it'll burn you. Whereas there's some glue guns that are a lower temperature.
Right.
I used a hot one that might have something to do with it.
What I would suggest is, do you have other stains or sprays in your collection?
I think I do. I just gotta dig through my collection. Plus, I also got the low heat glue gun. I'm gonna try one that way and see what happens too.
Okay. Yeah, I would take the tree before you adhere it, and I would even if you think the sprays aren't working, it might be beneficial to even paint it with some brown acrylic paint first. And just, or even sponge it on, like just dab, 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 dab. And just to tone down that grayness.
Okay, I'll give that a shot. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a glue tree. You can recreate it, you know, again, but if you gessoed it and then maybe that particular spray, the undertones are just throwing it off. Like even the ground espresso, I was saying the same things. I have a bit of gray, or a bluey gray, and then the brown. So it's actually quite neat. It almost looks like there's teal running through it.
And then when it completely dries, it may look totally different too.
Exactly. So, and like I said, before you mount the tree, if you haven't glued it on yet, I would definitely get it to the color that suits you, like that you feel good about. And that may take a couple of applications of some different distress stain or spray, or even just try putting a coat of a deep, rich brown acrylic paint, and then try, you know, spritzing it again with the black, or like the brown again in places.
Okay, I'll play around with it.
Yeah, just play with it. And I'd love to see everybody. I'd really love to see how yours turn out. As we conclude this, I want to see how everybody does. But if you have any questions about anything, please reach out. I'd be more than happy to help you. And I'll show you my finished one once she's dry too, because everything's feeling a little bit damp right now. And probably in the natural light, it'll photograph a lot prettier than all these big bright lights are making it seem like one big piece at the moment with not a lot of tones, but there is. And like I said, tomorrow you wake up and you're like, you know what, I need a little more patina here or there. Just add it. There's no, this isn't done. If this is done, if you're done, if you're not done, come in tomorrow, add that paint, get a little more dry brushing going, and add a little more of the patina to punch it up if you find it's a little dark or whatever, or maybe it's too light and you want to add some depth. But I think that should be it for tonight. How does that sound good, everybody?
Perfect. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you so much for joining me. It was really wonderful meeting you all virtually, and I look forward to hopefully teaching another class down the road.
It was amazing,
You
Sheila.
know
Thank you
we
so
won't
much.
say
Thank
no.
you.
Sheila.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sheila.
Thank
Okay,
you.
everybody have a good Saturday night.
You
Um,
too.
Sheila,
Bye-bye.
I will talk
Yeah.
to you. I'll shoot you an email on Monday. I'm off on the road now,
Sounds
so I
good.
don't want you to think my radio silence is anything. It's been fabulous. This was an awesome class. Thank you so much.
You get going, girl.
Yes, it was wonderful. Drive safe.
Thank
Take
you.
care, everybody.
Bye.
And our
Thanks
boys
again.
won, Jackie.
Oh, yay! Bye.
Bye.
Bye.